ladies and gentlemen, it is 3:01 on Wednesday, July 13th, and it's time for the regularly scheduled City Commission meeting. Before we begin, I believe we have Commissioner Williams-Cox, who will be participating telephonically today. Is that correct? Commissioner Williams-Cox, are you with us?
That is correct.
Excellent.
That is
Formality,
correct, Mayor.
can we have a motion?
So moved.
Yeah. Commissioner Porter has motioned to allow Commissioner Williams-Cox to participate telephonically, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Commissioner Williams-Cox, just please take your time to get our attention. Probably the best way, too, is maybe text the city manager if for some reason you can't get my attention and you want to jump in on an item, the city attorney. Madam Attorney, if you'll just get my attention as well, we'll go from there. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Will do.
It is my honor to ask Pastor Kelly Burke, the chaplain in Tallahassee Police Department, to please come forward and provide the invocation. Pastor, good to see you again, sir.
Thank you, sir. May we bow our heads in attitude of prayer. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day. Lord, again, we just want to thank you for the blessing of living in this great country and the freedoms that we enjoy. Lord, for the blessing of living in this great city and just the quality of life that we enjoy. The city's been home to us for a long time, been home to a lot of people for a long time. Been a great place to be employed, a great place to visit, a great place just to live and experience the blessings of life. So, Lord, we just thank you for it. Lord, we thank you for the leaders that you've raised up. And today we just ask that you give them wisdom, that you give them discernment. Lord, we just pray that the discourse will be civil, and Lord, that you will just allow what is best for this community to go forward. Just even as they discuss budget, Lord, we just know that at the end of every dollar that goes, there's a life that gets impacted somehow. So again, we just give all this to you. We just commit this meeting to you. Ask that all things be done in your glory. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Pastor Burke, thank you once again for joining us and providing the invocation. We certainly do appreciate it. It's good to see you. Keep up the great work. Folks, we got a great agenda today. We're going to move straight through it. We got a lot of important items to deal with, and we do have a public hearing at 6 o'clock. So, colleagues, as usual, we're going to go efficiently. We'll spend as much time as we need on every single item. My goal is to try to get us through the general business portion of the meeting prior to the public hearing, but if we do not get there, we will come back after the public hearing. Any questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on. Do we have any agenda modifications, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, we do. The materials for item 1101 involving the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Commission appointment have been updated, and the item 9.14 has been updated. That involves the issuance of bonds for the City of Tallahassee. Jim Cook, our treasurer clerk, will introduce that item when we reach it. It is now renumbered as item 13.08.
Colleagues, any questions on the agenda modifications? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. We have no presentations this evening. Do we have any announcements this evening?
No, sir.
We'll take citizen input on the agenda items as we come to it. Do we have any appearances by appointed boards or committees or other governmental entities before the City Commission this evening?
No, sir.
We are on the consent agenda. Has any item been pulled off the consent agenda?
Just the one I noted, 9.14.
Okay.
Move consent, Mr. Mayor.
Before that, I believe we have one public comment. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we do have one speaker, Stephen Martin, who is connected via WebEx,
Okay.
speaking on item 9.09, which is plat approval and canopy.
Okay. Mr. Martin, are you with us, sir? Mr. Martin? One more time, Mr. Martin. I don't think Mr. Martin is with us. Do we have any other public comment on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
All right.
Consent, Mr. Mayor.
The consent agenda has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on item number 11.01, Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Commission appointment. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is before you. The Planning Commission has a seat that expired on June 30th. Staff's recommending Landis Anderson to fill the vacancy. It would be his first term. He'd be eligible for a second term at the conclusion if so desired.
Excellent. Mr. Anderson, are you here? Will you stand and wave at us in the back of the room? Thank you for submitting your application. We appreciate it. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Again, we had Stephen Martin registered to speak on this item, but unless he connected in the last 30 seconds, we do not.
Move staff
no.
recommendation on option 1.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is that a second or comment?
Comment.
All right, I will second the motion. Comment. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I just had first of all, nice to meet you, Mr. Anderson. We haven't met in person. And I hope you don't take this personally because it has absolutely nothing to do with you. I do have concerns about a planning commissioner's employment with Stearns Weaver Miller, who we do have conflicts of interest with, that we know we will have conflicts of interest with. I know that we've had members serve in the past. We're a small community. This is to be expected. But we have other qualified applicants who don't have this conflict. So I did want to make that comment because I would be more comfortable with someone who did not present that conflict and not working with a firm who has sued the city very recently.
Mr. Anderson, the concern that there is, and I'm going to ask you, is that the firm that you were employed for does some work either with the city or against the city. In the event that there's a conflict of interest, what's your course of action?
To uphold integrity, of course, and use myself.
And if I may, I understand that, and that happens. My point is, if we have other applicants who will not present that kind of conflict, who are able to participate more fully without having to recuse themselves, my understanding from conversations with our city attorney is that it is more complicated in those instances, and that it can even cause, complications with your own clients that you can accept. So I'm just making these comments because I would feel more comfortable with one of the other applicants.
Okay.
It's not at all a question of your judgment or your integrity. It's just about my comfort level and who I think can best represent all of our interests.
Commissioner Matlow for comment.
Mr. Mayor?
I have you in line, Commissioner Williams-Cox behind Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my concern would be when we know how many developers this firm represents, how many recusals would that essentially take? I don't want to appoint someone who would have to recuse themselves, half the time things come before the Planning Commission because there could be a conflict. So I do think we should look outside of that. And, frankly, there has been a revolving door from the Planning Commission and land use firms in town that represent the largest developments that come before us. So when we look to the public for transparency and accountability, I think it sends off a lot of red flags when we see things like Lonnie come down the pipeline and our Planning Commission chair has been working at the law firm that expedited that. So that's not wrongdoing that anybody in particular is doing, but it sends off flags of what this conflict could be and how it could go forward. So I agree with Commissioner Porter that this is the first application we've seen, and it's one gentleman and nothing personal to you. I would like to see a set of applications come before the City Commission. We can discuss them and decide accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, you're recognized for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having served on the Planning Commission, that process is pure. That process allows for citizens to participate, and I have been there when there have been conflicts of interest. There is a process already in place for that, and I don't think that there will be any problem following that process. I've not seen an issue with it, and I do not have an issue with this gentleman serving. I do not know him personally, But I'm thinking that if he came forward through the application process, then we should give him the opportunity to serve in this voluntary position. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, you know, if we start anticipating conflicts of interest before we appoint people to the board, I think we put ourselves in a very bad situation, because any citizen on any board can have some type of conflict of interest. It happens all the time. It happens with us as commissioners, and we have to recuse ourselves. I have known this young man for a long time. I know that he is a recent graduate of the Florida State University Law School, and that says a whole lot about him as a person. I can't imagine that he's not a person of high moral character and integrity. And if he found himself in a position where he had to recuse himself, that he would, and not put himself as an attorney, his firm, or this community in a difficult situation. If it turned out that there are a number of conflicts of interest and he had to recuse himself, I'm sure he would have the clear presence of mind and judgment to not only, like I said, put himself in a situation like that, but his firm and this community, and would remove himself from the Planning Commission. I think we ought to give him the opportunity to serve. He was vetted by the Planning Commission, and this was the application that they brought forward using the process that we have used for years now, and I don't see why we should change it for him based on the firm that he currently is employed by.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know Mr. Anderson. We've had a chance to meet most recently, but I think you'll do a fine job on the commission as well. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. And I do want to be very clear, none of this is a question of your integrity at all. It's a question of when we can anticipate conflicts, when we can anticipate, I mean, even if someone were to run for the commission, if we know you're going to have to recuse yourself 12 times, at a certain point, what is the representation for? I understand where the majority of this body stands. I just want to make clear what my concerns were. They have absolutely nothing to do with you or any single individual who serves. So moving on from that, I have asked, you know, just in the future, when there are appointments that are made by this board and not solely by the mayor, which some are made just by the mayor, that we have in the attachments or some place in the agenda where we know who else has applied. Because in this case, it was listed as a staff recommendation, and initially I was under the impression you were the only person who had applied. And I think to give a fair review, since it is ultimately our role to make these appointments and to review them, we should have the opportunity to see all applicants and decide for ourselves, since that is our role. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment. Mr. Anderson, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. All those in favor of the appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in dissent. Did I get that vote correct? I believe so. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You've been confirmed.
Thank you all.
All right, we're on item number 11.02, the Audit Committee appointment. Mr. Sutton, are you handling that, or is Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk, you going to handle that for us? All right.
I will, unless you have questions, in which case Mr. Sutton will take over. At this point, there are 2 seats that need to be filled on the Audit Committee. Staff's recommending Nathan Newton and John Kirk. Each would be serving a term that will expire in June of '24, and then would be eligible subsequently to serve again if so desired.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No comment on this one.
Okay, let's open it up. Commissioners.
Move staff recommendation, option 1.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Commissioner Porter. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner. We're on item number 11.03, recommendation to the Florida League of Cities Board of Directors Nominating Committee. You want to, Jim, you want to introduce this?
Mayor, this is a position that's appointed by the City Commission. The City Commission has the opportunity to have a city official serving on that board of directors. It's a seat you filled previously, and it's the commission's prerogative to either reappoint you or select someone else.
Great. So let me kick this off, colleagues. For the past 3.5 years, you've given me the opportunity to serve on the Board of Directors of the Florida League of Cities, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. We have a seat on the board by the fact that we are the 7th largest city in the state of Florida. It's an at-large seat. So there's another organization called the Florida Urban Partnership, which consists of the 5 largest metropolitan area mayors that serve together, that get together on a regular basis. That organization has now decided to expand their membership to include the 10th most populous cities. Therefore, Tallahassee would be a part of the Florida Urban Partnership. I am looking forward to participating in this organization. I am looking forward to representing Tallahassee to the best of my ability. However, I am also willing to step down off of the Florida League of Cities Board of Directors, knowing that the Florida Urban Partnership is going to take a significant amount of my time. So I would like to make a motion and recommend Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, who has served continuously for the past 3 years on the nominating committee, to actually be nominated to represent the city of Tallahassee on the Board of Directors for the Florida League of Cities. I therefore will be stepping down.
Second.
There is a motion by the mayor and a second by the mayor pro tem. Is there any public comment?
No comment on item 1103, Mayor.
Further comment, colleagues? Okay. Motion on the table. Commissioner Williams-Cox, are you willing to serve on the Board of Directors for the Florida League of Cities?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox, for stepping up. We're on introduction of ordinance 12.01. Mr. Cook.
Mayor, I believe the city attorney is going to take that item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'll take the
Madam
following
Attorney.
one.
Item number 12.01, introduction of ordinance number 22-0-20, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 1 in General, Division 3, Ethics Code, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Division 1 generally, and Article 8, Lobbyist Regulations of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 22-0-20 and set the first and only public hearing for September 7th, 2022 at 6:00 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. The recommended option is the introduction of the ordinance. It's a perfunctory move that we do.
So moved.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Porter?
So moved.
Properly moved by Commissioner Porter. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second, I give Commissioner Matlow the second. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other introduction of ordinances tonight?
No, we do not.
Okay, we are on policy formation and direction. We are on item number 13.01. Mr. Cook, I believe you are the one introducing that one.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This item addresses lobbyist registration fees. As you well know from your previous meetings, the ordinance that was just introduced provides for a number of administrative matters related to lobbyist registration. This item deals with fees specifically. The ordinance provides that you will set a fee by resolution. So you had also asked, though, that fees be brought back for a separate discussion. We've provided some information there regarding other localities in the state of Florida. Currently, there's a $25 fee. You can make that a 0. You can keep it at 25. You can set it at any other number that you wish. It's here for your discussion, and I'll answer any questions that you have or that were not answered in the materials.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have at least one speaker, Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, thanks for joining us.
And as he's our first speaker here in Chambers, Mayor, as all of our meetings, each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks, and I'll give a heads up between 2.5 and 3 minutes, and the light that is green in front of you will go to red at 3 minutes.
Sure. Hold on just a second, Dr. Jackson. Do you have anything that you want displayed on the camera?
No.
Okay. Do we have any online participants on this item?
We do not have any online on this item.
Dr. Jackson, thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. lobbyist registration. 8 years ago, an FBI agent with 20 years of experience working undercover told me that, quote, Tallahassee is the most corrupt small town in America that he's seen. 8 years ago. Unfortunately, he was right. Ex-Mayor Scott Maddox, ex-Mayor Andrew Gillum, ex-city manager Rick Fernandez, city contractor J.T. Burnett, ex-Mayor John Marks, ex-lobbyist Gary Jordan, Paige Carter Smith, have all been investigated by the FBI, and most are now in prison, while investigations and trials continue, and I think they'll continue for another 3 years or so. Paige Carter Smith just yesterday got out of prison, put in her 6 months, and now she's back looking for a job. Maybe she could be a registered lobbyist. How about lobbyist fees? Anyone can be a lobbyist for the city of Tallahassee for free. It's different when you go out asking for money. I've been working for free for 12 years as an unpaid lobbyist. A few people tried to stop me, but I'll exclude that. All businesses in Tallahassee are required to pay either city or county or state fees or some combination to operate their business. A lobbyist business is unique because of the opportunities it presents for political corruption. We have a problem. It's political corruption that has to be dealt with and not ignored. I suggest a fee of $250 be imposed on lobbyists who charge a fee for their services. This fee will cover the application process and must include a criminal background check, because if they have a felony record, then they should be banned for life. Also, this registration is for a 12-month period. Lobbyists will not be able to start and then withdraw from this registration 2 or 3 times during the middle of the year. They're playing games, okay? So for this, that's about all I've got. I appreciate it. I think I think most lobbying firms can afford $250. You know, I have to pay a fee to run my little real estate business. I contribute about $450,000 a year in taxes.
You have about 20 seconds.
Thank you, and I'll cut it short and maybe get 10 extra seconds the next time around.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. I'm an ex-felon. I say it again. I am an ex-felon. Ye without sin cast the first stone. Some of us lobby illegally and just get away with it. Some of us pimp people in poor housing, don't give them the right type of sanitary, but charge them rent because they are government subsidies. I think that's a crime. Hard to commit, claim it. But one thing Mayor Gillum, ex-Mayor Gillum, who's now facing federal charges, put forth in this body some legislation called Ban the Box. And what Ban the Box meant to me when I came home to my wife, who is a city employee for over 25 years, and I came home to my son, who is 22 years old, and been a city employee for over 5 years with an impeccable record, no criminal background. And anytime anyone in this city says anything about black children, the first thing roll off of their mouths, especially elected officials, is the Tempo program. But he catching all kind of hell to get in it. The day in life and struggle of a black man with a record. Now, do I lobby? Yes, I lobby. Hell, I'm lobbying right now. I lobbied the city manager because he won't return any of my calls. He gives me all kinds of excuses, knowing I have what I feel is an unlegal, no trespassing warrant, where I have legal time, limited time to cry out for my black businesses. And he walked in here today and act like he didn't even see me. But he said he can't call me. Life and struggle of a black man.
You're at 30 seconds.
Sister Diane, Commissioner Diane Cox, for you today, I wore pink and green. I don't know if you can see it. Beep. Boom, shakalaka.
Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on this item. We do have other speakers on lobbying, but they've registered for item 1302.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I believe you were the commissioner that asked for this item to come back regarding the lobbying registration fees. So I will give you the floor first to kick off the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Cook, for your research that you and your office has done in this matter. I still believe that a paid lobbyist can afford to pay the City of Tallahassee a fee for processing and maintaining the information that we would need to do for those who are paid lobbyists. Let me be clear, paid lobbyists. And I believe that $250 is not too much to ask to support that program. Now, Mr. Cook, you can tell me what is the actual cost, or you can determine what the actual cost of providing this support. Because I've heard from others in the community who think that it should be as much as $500. So I want to be fair. But I also want to make sure that we understand that paid lobbyists will need to pay a fee in order to be able to lobby here in the City of Tallahassee.
Thank you. Is that a motion to start off discussion?
That is a motion to begin to discuss lobbying fees in the range of $250 to $500.
Okay, and that's, okay. Okay, is there a second to the motion? That was a range, not a specific amount per.
I'd second it
per
for
client.
discussion.
Because I started with the specific amount of $250.
Okay.
But like I said, I've heard from other citizens that it should be as much as $500. But I can settle for $250, and let's see where it takes us.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table for $250 per client.
Seconded for discussion.
And let's be clear, this is not per lobbyist.
Yeah,
this is
per lobbyist.
This is per lobbyist or per client?
Per lobbyist, per the lobby firm.
For the firm or the individual?
We do it for the individual.
For the individual.
Because the key is to know what individual is lobbying the elected and other officials of the City of Tallahassee, so it's by the individual. Yes.
So you may have, for clarification.
Okay, by the individual.
Yeah, so you could.
By the individual.
You could have an individual that pays a $250 lobbyist registration fee with the city and represent from 1 to as many clients.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem for discussion. Let's open it up. Commissioners.
Yeah, I would offer a substitute motion, if it's okay with Commissioner Cox, that it be set at $500.
Okay, there's a substitute motion.
I can accept that.
Okay.
Okay, so we are on a substitute motion made by the Mayor Pro Tem to set the lobbyist registration fee on an annual basis for the City of Tallahassee at $500 per lobbyist, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a super strong opinion about this in particular. I want it to be as easy as possible for people to lobby so that they do, in fact, lobby, and we have that reported. I personally feel like, I'm open to discussion here and hearing what my colleagues think. I would be much more comfortable with 250 than 500. To me, that seems, there are different kinds of lobbyists. Not all of them have, represent firms that can pay that much. There are, nonprofit lobbyists. So I don't know. That seems a little steep to me, but I'm open-minded.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow.
Sure. I don't want to miss the forest through the trees. What the whole point of lobbyist registration is so the public knows who's lobbying. We need that information to be easy to gather so anyone can go online right when someone registers and know who's trying to influence the government. The problems we had with lobbying in the past have been the lobbyist loophole where people are saying they're not lobbyists when they should be registered. So the fee is kind of inconsequential. It's the penalty and the enforcement is what we really need to be focused on if we want to change the lobbying culture in Tallahassee. I don't want to exclude, smaller scale lobbyists or whoever may be out there. I don't really know. I mean, we maybe have some compensation reports to look to, but my preference would be to make it as easy, and I'm not stuck on a dollar amount, 25 to 250, whatever is reasonable for the clerk's office to do to make sure we can do the registration and follow up and make sure we're providing enforcement action. Whatever that amount we need to retain to do the job makes sense. But I make it easy to register because we want everybody to register, and then make it very hard to break the rules, increase the penalties, and make sure everybody who is doing lobbying, whether they're a communications firm, strategic, whatever it is, they're putting their name on our website. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a follow-up. Commissioner Cox, were you weighing in?
I got her in line
okay.
after.
I was, but I'll wait.
Okay, sorry about that. I just heard you. I had a follow-up question, and I know we're going to take this up in 1302. Do we currently run any background checks?
At present, we do not.
Right, I didn't think so.
No.
And that would, I know we're not considering that today, but that would, if we were ever to do that, that would have a cost associated with it, of course. Right. Okay, I just wanted clarification on that question. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I wanted to make sure we're clearly doing what this particular agenda item is asking. We've already discussed everything around this ordinance with the exception of the fee. So today we come back to talk about the fee. So I want us to be clear that the only thing we're doing here, the only thing we're discussing that we haven't already discussed is the fee. And I'm happy to second the motion for a $500 fee. If a lobbyist is being paid to lobby for an opportunity to make, could be millions of dollars, I don't think that this is too much to ask.
Okay, the motion is on the table for an annual lobbyist registration fee of $500 a lobbyist, made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0.
There's just a time delay there, y'all. He's not voting against it.
No, absolutely not. I've seconded the motion, so I'm certainly supporting it.
Yep, it passed unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 13.02. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Item number 13.02 is consideration of the establishment of a lobbying prohibition after conviction. At its April 6, 2022 meeting, the City Commission directed the City Attorney to bring back an agenda item exploring the possibility of amending the city's lobbying ordinance to prohibit individuals convicted of honest services fraud or other crimes from being registered as city lobbyists. The right to petition the government has long been recognized as an Anglo-American law enshrined in the United States Constitution and many state constitutions. The right to petition is an important aspect of self-government. Indeed, the Supreme Court has said on multiple occasions that the right to petition is implied by the very idea of government in a Republican form. Some states, including Florida, limit the right of a person to lobby the government following a felony conviction. In Florida, a person convicted of a felony cannot register as a lobbyist for the executive or legislative branches until the person has been released from the incarceration or any post-conviction supervision and has paid all court costs and court-ordered restitution and has had his or her or their civil rights restored. Many states prohibit individuals from lobbying after a conviction for a violation of the lobbying laws. Some impose a ban after conviction of a felony involving dishonesty or corruption, and a few impose a ban after any felony conviction. In most states, these bans are time-limited to between 1 and 5 years. Alaska, Indiana, and Ohio impose a lifetime ban after a felony conviction for certain crimes. That is, they may not register as a lobbyist after conviction. At the local level in Florida, a review of the top 15 cities and top 10 counties by population, plus Leon and Alachua counties, disclosed no instances of lobbying bans. As a matter of due process, bans on lobbying are imposed in cases of conviction, not cases of accusation and allegation. Taking away an individual's constitutional right to lobby in the absence of conviction following a fair trial would violate the individual's right to due process. The options are, number 1, direct that a proposed ordinance be introduced authorizing a permanent lobbying ban after conviction for a crime involving those specified in Chapters 838 and 839 Florida statutes, including bribery, theft, and honest services fraud. Number 2, direct that a proposed ordinance be introduced authorizing a lobbying ban for 3, 5, 10, or 20 years after conviction for a crime involving those specified in Chapters 838 and 839 Florida statutes, including bribery, theft, and honest services fraud. Number 3, do not direct that a proposed ordinance be introduced authorizing a lobbying ban. And finally, provide other direction to the city attorney.
Excellent. Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we do have speakers on this item. The first is Delilah Pierre, to be followed by Erwin Jackson.
Okay. How many speakers do we have?
On this item, 4.
Okay. Excellent.
Might be an opportune time to let folks know that if they do wish to speak but have not filled out a speaker card, those cards are available outside the doors here, and if you bring them in, someone in the back will gather those.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Delilah, and I am not giving my address.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So I specifically wanted to speak on this item and speak on this. First and foremost, to speak in favor of a people's budget being created in Tallahassee. We've created a people's budget as a Tallahassee Community Action Committee. Oh, wait, sorry, this is the one on the felon banning. Apologies.
Right. We'll be on the budget later. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, for this one, I just don't think, again, maybe I'm not completely understanding the item, but I don't think that there's really any reason to bar felons from having more political rights in Tallahassee and having the right to speak in Tallahassee. I think already, especially with some of the laws that Ron DeSantis has created, prohibiting people from accessing voting and making it more and more difficult for felons to get involved in our society, I think that's really preventing people from changing the current system that's in place, and it's causing greater levels of recidivism, and it's causing people who would maybe find other avenues other than returning prison to have no other option. I think it's very horrible to kind of like put these people in a position or situation because of a mistake that they made, maybe even a mistake that they made when they were 18 or 19, and we know these courts and this prison system is not totally fair to people, not even close to fair to people, especially when they're black or brown. I don't think that there's any reason whatsoever for those people to not have any kind of like access to the political system and a way to speak their thoughts. Getting them involved in that is a way to stop the recidivism rate, and more than that, they are still active working citizens. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Erwin Jackson, then Kayla Norris Barber.
Thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. The materials presented by the city attorney, I think, are just a little misleading. All individuals, again, have a constitutional right to speak before the city commission. They can come up here just as I am right now, and I've enjoyed. However, that is unrelated to the city's right to establish requirements for numerous jobs and businesses in our community. I want to be hired as the city's lawyer. Can the city establish educational and work requirements? Certainly. If I don't meet the minimum requirements, is the city discriminating against me? No, don't think so. Does the Constitution guarantee me the right to be a paid registered lobbyist in Tallahassee? I don't think so. The City of Tallahassee can establish requirements for registered lobbyists. That's already been proven. Alaska, Indiana, Ohio impose a lifetime ban after a felony conviction. I don't want individuals with a felony conviction handling my money or the city's money. Commissioners, we have a serious problem, and we need a serious solution. A permanent ban is the only answer, and this is for felons convicted of bribery, theft, and honest services fraud. Most political bribes consist of three parties. We got a crooked politician, Scott Maddox. We got to have a bagman, Gary Jordan, Sean Pittman. And we need to have a third person, which is a businessman or woman willing to pay to play. Three people. The city's attorney's material she provided says we have no penalties for the bagman or the bag lady, even if the bagman admitted to his corrupt actions under oath. Section 112-3173 Florida statute says that committing or aiding or abetting a corrupt action, which these the middlemen did, is grounds for a sanction. This has to be addressed. Businesses like mine and others in this community that are willing to pay bribes to politicians are also exempt under the information provided by the city attorney. Why? If a business admits to bribe an elected official, then fine the business. If a second violation occurs, implement a permanent ban against the business from receiving any future city loans, grants, or contracts.
You're at 3 minutes.
Problem solved. We need to do all three,
Thank you, Dr.
not
Jackson.
one. Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Jackson. Our next speaker, please.
Next, Kayla Norris Barber, followed by Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Kayla Norris Barber, 527 West Brevard Street. While I understand the intent of this agenda item, I think it sets a really bad precedent. African Americans, especially African American men, are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. And I think this type of policy will cast too wide a net, and you will get folks who you don't intend to get. And when I look at the language in this agenda item, it's the same language that's in the state's prohibition and disenfranchisement on black men voting. It's the same identical language. And I would encourage you not to do that. Don't. There's no need for it. Please don't establish a policy that would prohibit convicted felons from lobbying. It's discriminatory on its face.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims, and Mayor, that's the last speaker I have on the item.
Okay. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. Mr. Barber, that was so profound. I'm very proud. Now you got me. I want to go to the point similar that Commissioner Porter brought up with this young black man coming up. This is not about color. What's unique here is that we're in a turning point here in Tallahassee because we have a problem. Everything ain't peachy keen is why we're having these discussions. So we've got to turn this thing a little faster. But knowing that Carter Page has just come back into my community, and I remember how I felt, hallelujah, that day when my wife picked me up from Taylor Correctional Institute. Y'all can't talk like that, but I can talk like that. I remember how that felt when I come through those doors. I was glad because I thought when I was shanked over some shiny boots, I'll never see my family again. So I understand when you come back and reunite with your family. But we need some safeguards. I would not feel comfortable with her able to get out that day and come tomorrow and register with $500. I will not feel comfortable with that. So what is my suggestion? There should be a separation period once you come back. A demonstration period, or at least until this commission. See, I don't blame the community, I blame you all, because we elect you to set policy. And until you put additional policies in place that when an individual, and I'm not picking on Paige, if you listening, God bless you, hug your children from me. But we need policies in place so when someone comes out, there is a proven place where someone walks in and says, okay, you want to register, but you're still doing the same thing you were doing before. You may not be doing that, but you're doing this.
You're at about 20 seconds.
There's an honor process. Respect, you got to earn it when you violate people's respect. I earn mine every day. Some of you all take it, some of you don't, but that's on you, it ain't on me. Boom, shakalaka.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
That's the last speaker on item 1302.
Okay, let's open it up for commissioner discussion. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Mayor,
I will put you in line, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Next after Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I was wondering if perhaps the city attorney can clarify, just for the public in the room and those listening, even the options that we are considering would not ban anyone convicted of a felon. It's very specific in what it includes, mostly for public officials who do things like bribery and honest service fraud, basically anything that harms the public and the trust of the public. So we can still have a debate about whether we want to do that, but I just wanted to make that clear, that this doesn't ban someone, who got caught for weed when they're 18. That's not the kind of thing that this bans. I did have a question, though, for the concerns about how we could tailor this, or if that's the direction we want to go in. The one thing that I'm wondering about is the use of theft, and what does that include exactly? Does that include someone stealing an iPhone that's valued over $600, which is considered a felony? Or, if we were to move in this direction, how do we tailor it as best as possible so that we're really trying to target the people who have defrauded the public and not someone who's made a mistake?
Madam Attorney.
Certainly. So as I currently have it in the agenda item, it speaks to the applicability of Chapter 838 and 839. 838 covers individuals in addition to the official. So not only is it the person who accepts the bribe, but the person who bribes the official is covered by that. 839 is limited to public officers and employees in terms of the types of offenses that are listed there. I did state theft, but and that can be clarified. If you would prefer it to be theft related to public responsibilities or defrauding of the government, it can be limited in that way. And then honest services fraud. So obviously we know that not only government officials can be convicted of honest services fraud.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because that, I think, as much as we can tailor it, would be, I think, to not exclude others from participating, I would be more that would be my comfort level. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Porter. I am asking to be recognized to go ahead and make a motion, and I would accept in that motion what Commissioner Porter has offered for clarification, but I would move that we accept option number 2 with 20 years being the number that we select in that group. And I've heard the conversations, I've heard the comments, but what we want to do is we want to send a clear message that if you do these things here in the city of Tallahassee, there will be repercussions. I don't believe in a permanent ban because everyone has an opportunity to be rehabilitated and to get second chances. But I do believe that we need to send a strong message. And so I move for option number 2 with 20 years being the number that we use for the separation.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table for option number 2 for the general public that's here and watching. Let me read this to you so that we're all clear. Option number 2 states, direct that a proposed ordinance be introduced authorizing a lobbying ban for 20 years after conviction for a crime involving those specified in Chapter 838 and 839 Florida statutes, as it was just explained by the attorney, including bribery, theft, and honest services fraud. That's the motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
All right.
And I think, Commissioner Cox, correct me if I'm wrong, that in that motion you included tailoring the word theft to be specific to, theft from the public, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the table by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Other comments? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Porter's points. Just for clarification, I mean, we don't want convicted former elected officials or people who are involved in local government to come lobby this government. During the FBI federal corruption trial, we saw Commissioner Maddox text bragging about the people in public service that he got there. The city manager was one of them. When we look at that, we don't want him to come out and have an inside connection with our city manager. That's what this is about to me. It's not about people who stole something when they were 18, stole something when they were 19. So I do want to make sure we're targeting what we're trying to accomplish. The agenda item speaks to the revolving door. That's what we see in state. That's what we see in federal governments. That really is the overarching issue here. So as long as we're tailoring it to that type of audience, I can support up to 20 years. But secondly, Mr. Cook, can you walk us through, we adopted a process for how violations would be handled. So this is just so you can't register, but what really, if somebody wants to come lobby the government, they're getting paid for it. We now have a process that they can be reported, it would be investigated. Can you speak to that?
Correct. As a matter of fact, that is part of the ordinance that was introduced tonight. So that process will be effective September 7th when we have the public hearing to approve that. But effectively, the first step would be for items to be brought to my attention. We note a couple of items there that complaints shall be filed within 12 months after the alleged violation. A person may file a complaint with the city treasurer clerk, and upon receipt of a written complaint, the city treasurer clerk or designee shall conduct an investigation into the alleged violation, and when an investigation determines a violation, enforcement action shall be initiated pursuant to, and it provides the pertinent reference to Section 2-344.
Thank you, and I just wanted to highlight that because there is a process. If you're aware of unregistered lobbying, you see this going on in our community. There is a distinct way to address it moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is about how are we checking this? If we're not doing regular background checks, what would that process look like to verify this?
Mr. Clerk.
First of all, we would ask people to self-identify. We would make that part of the registration process so that someone who may be a lobbyist in a number of jurisdictions may be interested in lobbying in the city of Tallahassee, they would come to register. They wouldn't have a way to know that by default unless they read the details of the ordinance. So we would make that part of the registration process. And then as to background checks or that sort of thing, haven't really thought through that because we just got to that point tonight, but we'll identify a mechanism for at least some sort of objective determination.
Okay,
Commissioner Porter.
thank you.
All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
You know, this is a very difficult one for me in particular because I have spent the greater portion of my adult life in public office, and not once have I had a lobbyist come to me that even would approach me with something like this, because it's not how I conduct business on behalf of the people that elected me to represent them. But, you know, one of the things that I was proud of that this commission did, a previous commission that I served with, and I think Mr. Sims mentioned it earlier, was our Ban the Box. Because what we were doing then was telling a young man or a young woman, if you've got a felony conviction, regardless of what it is, don't even bother to apply for a position with the City of Tallahassee if you had to check on that application that you had a felony, because more than likely you wouldn't be considered for a position. And so we put in our policy what we called Ban the Box, where they wouldn't have to check on the application. But certainly, before being offered a position, if they were determined to be the most qualified candidate, there would be a background check done at that point. And if it turned out that they were not eligible based on their criminal past for that a particular position, it would not be offered to them. What that did was give individuals who had committed a crime, who had served their time, paid their dues, it gave them an opportunity for another chance in life. And the only way to do that is for them to be able to work and earn a living and support themselves and support a family if they have a family, and to avoid the kind of recidivism we often see because these individuals don't have that opportunity. Am I diminishing the kinds of crimes that we're talking about here? Not at all. Because that's what the public expects, is for us to conduct ourselves in that way and not be a part of that kind of chicanery. But to permanently ban someone, I mean, 20 years to me is a permanent ban. I'm 65 years old now. If I were, you know, under that type of, I would be 85 years old before I could even attempt. And I'm proud to be 65, y'all. I know I look good to be 65 years old. I'm kidding.
I love it.
Add a little levity to it. But for a lot of people, that 20 years is a lifetime. And so I agree with a ban. I cannot agree with a 20-year ban and not give someone an opportunity. We don't ban people for 20 years for having their rights restored to vote. That's not a 20-year ban. And so I would have a problem supporting a 20-year ban. I would support a ban because I think that should be a part of the punishment, but 20 years, I can't go for that. I couldn't support that in light of what we're trying to do to help those who are returning to society successfully accomplish that process for themselves and for a family. So I could support the ban, but not a 20-year ban. That's essentially a lifetime for a lot of people.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Williams-Cox that wants to speak, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think what we don't want to do is we don't want to conflate this. This is not for the general public who has made a mistake in life and needs another chance. we have gone through some terrible black eyes because of some things that some people who knew better, and if they didn't, they should have, who have been highly successful, highly intelligent, highly trained, with great degrees and great careers that did this. This is not someone who was down on their luck and just happened to make a mistake. This was intentional. It was purposeful. It was, I mean, they had a purpose for doing it. This is not for the general public who made a mistake. This is for someone who in our community we held in high esteem and we hold in high esteem, who took an oath of office and did not fulfill it, knowing full well that what they were doing was wrong. So I don't want us to conflate this with something else. This is what it is, and we all know what it is. So let's not conflate it. I am comfortable with the 20 years, because 20 years compared to a permanent ban, the target here could find other type of work to do, could work with others. So it's not like someone would not be able to earn a living. But this is to make sure that anyone knows it. Don't come to Tallahassee with ill intentions of doing something that has been done before. When you know better, you do better. And I'm just trying to protect the residents here in the city of Tallahassee from not only the losing of their tax dollars, but also to have that bad reputation of having corrupt officials and others operating in our city. That is the goal here. It's not personal. It is trying to fix an issue that we've had in the past to make sure it does not happen again. And I just want us to think about that. This is not for little Johnny who gave somebody a piece of candy because they wanted something else. This is real. This was a real crime. Thank you.
Motion still on the table for option number 2 with a 20-year ban, made by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized for comment, followed by Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering, Commissioner Richardson, if there was a time frame that you would be more comfortable with, if you had anything in mind.
I would be more comfortable with the 10-year ban than 20.
Okay. Thank you. Just want to get
Okay, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Richardson, for that history. I remember that, and that was a great accomplishment by the City Commission to get that over the finish line. I do agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox that the scope isn't quite as wide as far as, your eligibility for employment and the real impact that ban the box had, but the point's well taken. It's a slippery slope to introduce a box again on a form. So I think, for me, I think it's important that we get to a unanimous decision as a City Commission on this item. And if that's 10 years, I'm happy to support 10 years because we need to pass something along these lines. We know what's coming, but I wasn't prepared to support 10 years coming in today, but just hearing the public comments and hearing from Commissioner Richardson, I can support 10 years. So if there's a substitute motion or a withdrawn motion, I would support that.
So, Commissioner Williams-Cox, let me come back to you as the maker of the motion. There's been suggestion and comment around a 10-year ban instead of a 20-year ban. As the maker of the motion, and if you agree, then I'll go to Commissioner Porter as the seconder. Is that something that you'd be interested in entertaining, or do you want to keep the original 20-year ban?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to keep the 20-year plan, but I agree with Commissioner Matlow that we do want this to be a unanimous decision. I just think that, and highly respect Commissioner Richardson, and I followed. I wasn't on the commission, but I followed the ban in the box. I just think that we are conflating this with something that was good that happened in our community with the ban in the box. But this is not something that the ban in the box would be a part of this consideration. This is let's just call it what it is. We had an elected official, not only an elected official, a career elected official, who participated in something that caused all of us some integrity, got all of us under the scrutiny of corruption and many other things. So I would really like to stay at 20, but I would consider 10 so that we can get something in place, because right now we have nothing in place.
All right, let me rephrase that real quick, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Are you willing to amend your original motion and just say a 10-year ban instead of a 20-year ban, which then I'll go to Commissioner Porter, and it sounds like she would probably support that as the second to the motion. Otherwise, it sounds like we might be entertaining a substitute motion for 10 years. What is your druthers, Commissioner?
Well, I will go ahead and acquiesce reluctantly to the 10 years.
Okay. So the original motion on the table now is for option number 2 with a 10-year ban. I'm looking to Commissioner Porter, who made the second. Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner Porter?
I'll second that.
Okay, so that is the motion now on the table. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. And it passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, we are on item number 13.03. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ashley Edwards is going to provide a brief presentation. I'll introduce the item. This item involves the biannual Special Events Committee update. As you may know, the public events policy and process, they were revised in 2015 by the City Commission to manage how city resources and services are used to support special events in our community. The revisions included an application process for events to receive co-sponsorship status and the creation of a special events committee. We're joined today by our current committee chair, Jean Kimball. We appreciate the service that Jean gives the city. She has led the committee's recommendation this year. Ultimately, this year, there was 18 applications received. The committee recommended 12 of those, and a funding level. Ashley will provide some details. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our Parks and Recreation Director, Ashley Edwards.
Ashley, first of all, I have not seen you since, but congratulations on a phenomenal 4th of July event at Tom Brown Park for you and your team, sponsored by City Electric as well, and Natural Gas. Thank you for everybody. It was wonderful, and we certainly do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Team effort, number of city departments were involved with that.
Number of departments, and I don't want to leave anybody out. Everybody did a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir. So as the manager said, the Special Events Committee was established to implement an application process for those events that are seeking co-sponsored event status. The committee reviews the applications. They recommend which events should be designated as co-sponsored, and they recommend what level of in-kind services should be provided for each co-sponsored event. The committee is made up of 9 members. Each of you has an appointee on the committee. The city manager has an appointee. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has an appointee, as does COCA and the Tourist Development Council. I also would like to thank them for their service. They have done a tremendous job, especially Chair Jean Kimball, who I appreciate her being with us today as well. The Special Events Committee considers certain criteria when they're evaluating the applicants. And they are that it is first and foremost not the intent of the committee to attempt to provide some level of in-kind sponsorship to each group requesting services. The current 50% nonprofit public event discount for certain city services already serves to support each organization hosting an event at a city-owned or maintained property. Further, the event should be cultural or an activity that is oriented towards free public participation. One of the goals of the special event policy is to promote events in the downtown area, of which Cascades Park is considered part of the downtown area. And then finally, the event should be a signature level event that puts Tallahassee on the map regionally or internationally, or is culturally significant to the community. As the manager said, 18 applications were received, and the committee has recommended 12 of those to be considered for co-sponsorship status. Let me just read those out for you. The Cool Breeze Art and Jazz Festival, Experience Asia, the Frenchtown Rising Events, the Lemoyne Art Festival, Southern Shakespeare, Springtime Tallahassee, the DIA Sundown Concert Series, Tallahassee Pride Fest, the Veterans Day Parade and Festival, Word of South, the Filipino Festival, and Kids Fest. Now, the cost of the city services that would be covered for those events range from as little as $2,900 for the Filipino Festival up to $49,000 for the Frenchtown Rising series of events. There was $235,000 in funding available to cover the cost of the requested services. Based on the amount of services that were requested, that amount only covered 84% of those costs. And the committee recommends that the prorated amount of the 84% be spread amongst all of the events so that they would each receive approximately 84% of the funds that they've requested. We are also asking you today to make minor changes and approve minor changes to the special events policy. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about either of those.
A couple of questions real quick. Ashley, what are the major differences from last year's funding to the organizations in this year's funding?
I think the major difference is that these events would not receive full funding as they did last year. Okay. And there is one event that was not funded last year that was funded in the previous cycle that has not been recommended for funding this year.
Okay. And when we talk about special event policy changes, it's been brought to my attention, especially with the events that are parades, in regards to the barriers and the responsibility of putting up the barriers and breaking them, that we've talked about this.
Yes, sir.
Have we had the conversation with the sheriff's office? Is that straightened out, or where are we with that?
We have had conversations with them. We're very hopeful that they will be able to continue to support this, but we have made provisions within the numbers that we have included for these events that are recommended to be co-sponsored. Okay. We have made provisions in that if we have to put the barricades up as part of our city services, we'll be able to do that.
Okay, because there's a liability issue, obviously.
Absolutely.
If you have these organizations with volunteers putting up the barricades. And
absolutely.
Okay, so I should have, of course, understood that you had this covered. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Before we go to public comment, any other quick questions for Ms. Edwards? Okay, let's go to public comment. Thank you, Ashley.
Mayor, we do have speakers. The first is Elizabeth Emanuel. She'll be followed by Slayton Murray.
Okay. Elizabeth, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Elizabeth Emanuel, 300 West Pensacola Street, Director of the Downtown Improvement Authority. So just wanted to say we recognize that there is a lot of budgetary concerns going on tonight. We're a city department, so we are actually all on the same team. And we know as a commission you have difficult decisions to make, so we appreciate your thoughtful consideration of so many of the needs in our community. That also means that we are not a nonprofit, so we do not have the same opportunities that event funders have who are also applying for these same in-kind city services. A lot of these are events that we also want to see successful in downtown. Like many of the organizers here, we're all facing rising costs. The rising costs include other city departments' costs, like police and parking. We're dependent on the Parks and Recs in-kind city services to help us provide many of the events that we're putting on, aiding to the quality of life in our community. We love working with them on creating a sense of place in beautiful spaces. Our calendar boasts over 85 events for our community annually, all free and all with the goal of improving our downtown and creating an inclusive space as a cultural and economic capital of the third largest state. Our Sundown Concert Series and our Downtown New Year's Eve Festival are 8 of our most sought-after events. We do this with a very small but mighty staff, highly skilled contractors, talented musicians, and dependence on in-kind city services, and an amazing team at Parks and Rec to help us keep these costs low. To put these events on, we have teams of small businesses, from our event producer, graphic designer, lighting and production, photographers, and bands, all the majority we are proud to support as NWSBEs. Cutting our budget means cutting their services, and that takes away from the income of our creative community. We estimate that we put about $100,000 back into the hands of hardworking cultural community with these events, so we want to see that continue. Our New Year's Eve event, which was not recommended for funding under this current cycle, has been expanded over the past 2 years to include 3 bands and 2 fireworks shows, up from a simple 7-minute fireworks show years before. We have Tallahassee Nights Live taking the stage this year, so if we don't receive funding, unfortunately, the city's only free publicly accessible event on New Year's Eve will not take place. This would be a shame as the funding goes into 2024, and that's our city's 200th birthday. So we really want to celebrate our accomplishments as a community during this year, and we need full funding to be able to do so. We do a lot with a little as an organization. 97% of our expenses for our organization that we incur are program related. We're increased our operating margin year over year and increased outside support, but unfortunately it just isn't enough.
You're at about
Our
15
ask
seconds.
is $12,000 for fiscal years 23 and 24. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Slayton Murray, and then Patty Swain.
Name and address for the record, please. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Slayton Murray, 526 McDaniel Street. I've been serving on the board of DIA for about 5 years now. This past year, I was appointed to chair. About 3 years ago, we hired Elizabeth as our executive director. And I've been on there to see the growth that she's impacted into our organization. For example, the Sundown Concert Series she mentioned used to be 4 events. We've now expanded into the fall to make it 7 events. That's a free event for people in our community. It attracts over 2,000 people per event. And then the New Year's Eve countdown. 3 years ago, like she said, it was a 7-minute fireworks show. It's been expanded into 2 fireworks shows with 3 bands, food trucks, and all free to the public. Both of those events employ local talent as well. And the New Year's Eve event has quadrupled attendance with over 6,000 this past year. Elizabeth has put in countless hours, as is our board, to making these events viable and sustainable. We just hope that you guys strongly consider sustaining the in-kind city services for these events for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
Patty Swain. Patty Swain is the last speaker, and if she's not here, I'm getting an indication she's not here. So no additional speakers.
All right, let's go to commission discussion. I am in favor of restoring the 12,000 DIA. They're a governmental entity that doesn't have the opportunity to go move forward and apply for other grants and everything. That unfortunately puts them out of bind. But back up, before we even go there, I want to collectively, on behalf of this board, thank the Special Events Committee for the hard work that they do. I cannot imagine sitting down and trying to make these recommendations with everybody coming to the table with the financial needs that they have. So thank you so much to the committee for all the good work. Again, having said that, I would like to take their recommendation, and I would definitely be in favor of restoring the DIA's budget. With that, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I can support that recommendation. I've had the honor to serve on the DIA over the last few years, and I would just say, from where we were 4 years ago, we came into a huge budget deficit. Things were completely in disarray, and to see the amount of events, both doing it fiscally responsible and actually having money put away, there's been a huge transition and change at the DIA, which I was proud to be a part of. I agree. I think the Special Events Committee has done a tremendous job. They did exactly what we've asked of them within the budget we've given them, but obviously we have a little more leeway in making sure signature events like New Year's Eve, which I was unfortunate enough not to be able to attend this year because I got COVID between Christmas and New Year, so I missed quite a bit there, but looking forward to it during in the new year this time. So I would make a motion for staff recommendation as well as restoring the DIA budget from last year.
Okay, there's a motion on the table that was made by Commissioner Matlow for staff recommendation as amended. Excuse me. Yes.
2 is the policy change.
Oh, the
Yes,
policy.
Of course.
The policy.
Yeah, Commissioner Matlow, you're comfortable with the policy changes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so option number 1, as amended, to include restored funding for the DIA, and option number 2, which is approve the recommended changes to the Special Events Policy 610. I have Commissioner Porter, and then I have Commissioner Williams-Cox in queue to speak.
Thank you, and I'll second that motion if no one has already. I have just a few questions, and I obviously support the motion, and to Elizabeth and everyone who serves on the DIA, amazing job. I was at the Concert Sundown series with the Lee Boys, and I'm proud of Tallahassee all the time, but being there, I was especially proud of Tallahassee to see the diversity in the crowd, to see people enjoying our public amenities. I thought it was just really special. I did have a few questions. How many city departments apply for this source of funding?
There are no other city departments that
Okay.
apply.
Okay.
The city-sponsored, the other city events are not included under this policy, like Winter Festival, Celebrate America, those that are produced by the city.
Okay, and I'm not trying to open a huge can of worms here and necessarily have this discussion at this meeting, and I'm sure there's a lot I don't know about the background here, but I just wonder if we should consider in the future not making a city department go through this competitive process, okay, go ahead, City Attorney.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, Madam Attorney.
I know it's
The
not
DIA
exactly.
is not a
right.
city department.
It's not a department.
It's created by
So-
statute.
Okay.
It's a taxing authority.
So,
Yes.
but any others, than any other of that category? Because do we have who apply for this?
The policy specifically says, the City Commission Policy 610 specifically says that this does not apply to city-sponsored events.
Right.
And again, those are ones
Right.
that different departments put on. It's like our Easter egg hunt, it's the Winter Festival, Celebrate
Okay.
America, and it's because each department provides those services.
Right.
Because the city's the one
And
putting
it
on
says
the
in the policy, though, that any governmental entity, though, can apply. It's just not a city department. It's something like.
The policy
DIA.
doesn't apply to city events.
Right,
It
right,
speaks-
okay.
It speaks more to the events that may apply than the entity sponsoring the events.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then my follow-up question is, what would this look like to fund this? Is it sort of spreading out that cost, reducing it from what we're giving to the other events, or where would that come from?
If you were to add in the $6,600 a year for the DIA's Downtown New Year's Eve event, that would just increase the amount that's going to be allocated for the co-sponsored events, the city services portion, and I'm assuming that you would prorate that amount to the same 84% for them that the other events are getting. All of these city services are absorbed within the department's budget, so that would just be additional dollars that the various departments providing the services would absorb.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too support the DIA, and I have attended the New Year's Eve events for the past couple of years, and I've enjoyed the concert series, the summer concert series as well. My question is there any other potential funding source, such as the downtown CRA, that DIA could look to for these additional funds? Because if you look at all of these other events, I'm sure they'd like to receive full funding as well. But due to the limited resources that we have, financial resources that we have, I think that the Special Events Committee was trying to do their best to keep the playing field level across all entities. So is there another potential funding source that these dollars can be taken from?
Madam Attorney, you want to take a?
Or applied for?
I think that would be the city manager's question.
Okay, passing it to the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, I think specifically the suggestion was CRA. I would have to research and see if they're eligible for CRA, but I'm not sure that's the only point of the question is, are there other options? Certainly, we could work with them to find other options.
And yes, sir, there are other options. The TDC provides grant funding. There are a number of other, opportunities to apply for various public and private grant funding dollars, and they are not prohibited from doing so by accepting any form of the city services for in-kind services.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm coming to you in just a second, Commissioner Matlow, but I got Commissioner Williams-Cox, and then let me jump in on point. It's my understanding that because the DIA is a taxing authority, a quasi-governmental taxing authority, that they would not be eligible to apply for funding at the CRA. It'd be no different than the county applying for funding at the CRA. And if so, when we talk about additional revenues, we are the one that will approve the millage rate for the DIA. So when we talk about are there funding opportunities, well, that's increasing the millage rate in the downtown area for the DIA. I think overall, again, Ashley, how much money are we talking about here?
It's $6,600 per year for that event, and it'd be 84% of that.
I feel very comfortable in Robert's ability to find $12,000 to plug this hole in general revenue and be able to add it to the Parks and Rec Neighborhood Affairs budget. That's just,
Mr. Mayor?
that's my position. Commissioner Williams-Cox has the floor, and then I'm coming back to Commissioner Matlow, and then I've got the Mayor Pro Tem.
That was my point. You can
Okay.
drop me. Yep.
Oh, okay, okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox, yes, ma'am.
Well, I agree with you. I have full confidence, but the question was whether there was any other funding source, because these other organizations would, I'm sure if they were given the opportunity to ask for full funding, they would want to do the same thing. So I'm just trying to make sure that if there is an opportunity for DIA or any other group to seek additional funding from other places so that they can have full funding, I'm just trying to clarify if that is available to any of, what I asked about DIA, but is it available to any of these other groups as well? Because as Elizabeth said, my friend Elizabeth said, costs are rising, and they're rising for DIA, they're rising for Kid Fest, they're rising for Springtime Tallahassee, and some of these other groups. Is there additional local funding that these organizations can look to? I understand DIA is maybe a little different, but I'm just want to get clarification on that. I'm sure Robert can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but, you know, we want to protect the rabbit as long as we can.
Right. So that's a great question. I'm about to go to the manager for some clarification. But for instance, it's my understanding, and I'll use Springtime Tallahassee, which is the largest event. So Springtime Tallahassee, as a nonprofit, has the ability to come to us. They're asking within this budget for in-kind services. But they also have the opportunity to go to the CRA and apply for funding through the downtown large events category, correct? So that is additional funding resources that are available to a nonprofit. But the DIA, as a taxing authority and a quasi-governmental entity, does not have that ability, I'm assuming, to go to the CRA and ask for additional funding. That's the question at hand, is are they limited because they are a quasi-governmental entity? Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at this point we accept that the DIA couldn't get CRA funding, others might. For clarity, because we've talked about a few different numbers, I want to make sure you have those, and Ashley shared them, so I want to reconcile that. Ms. Emanuel said that the delta was $12,000, maybe a little more than $12,000, but that was the round number. For clarity, that's the full value of the New Year's Eve event plus the 100% value of the Sundown series. That's what I think Ashley was going to share. And so there's 12 recommended events at 84% of their requested amount. That takes into account all the funding available that the committee had to work with. And certainly, you know, we're going to follow your direction, but I want to have clarity. So it would be the full 100% for the Sundown events, as well as the full funding for the New Year's Eve events. Now, of course, the other entities, the other 11 that got funded at 84%, that's not part of the discussion at the moment, but that, I think, creates that gap, and I wanted you to be aware of the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Williams-Cox, I want to make sure that you get all your comments in.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we are back. Commissioner Matlow, any comments?
No, I think that summed it up. And just to restate, many of the organizations here do get CRA larger grant, $25,000 funding that the DIA wouldn't be eligible for. So that would be the reasoning for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I first of all also want to commend the committee for the work that they did. I know that they are all volunteers, and I'm sure put in a lot of time and effort vetting these applications, and it probably was painful for them to have to make the decisions that they did based on the criteria that they were given. And I'm going to emphasize that, based on the criteria that they were given that these organizations had to comply with. Mr. Mayor, one of the things I want to bring to your attention is that Ms. Jean Kimball was my first boss. My first professional job with the City of Tallahassee was a counselor with the CETA program.
No kidding.
And Jean was our supervisor. And she did a tremendous job in that role. And here we are, Jean, years later, still doing our thing. But thank you for that and the leadership that you provide. So I guess, I would be concerned that, these other organizations are also facing hardships. And we've got, when we start talking about our budget, you're going to be talking about organizations that have come to us I won't even call the names right now. We'll discuss them when we come to the item, but they're asking for additional funding as well. And there may be some folk that we have to tell that we just don't have the money for the full funding. And I don't want us to be in a position of picking winners and losers. I would not feel comfortable with that. It may be that and I'm just going to put this out there, that maybe, some of the DIA events could be scaled back. Instead of, 12 sundown series, there'd be 8, at least for the time that we're dealing with the economic issues that we're dealing with. And also, there may be some business sponsorship opportunities. I don't know. Again, I'm just putting that out there because, if we're talking about downtown events and you're bringing thousands of people to the downtown area, some of those businesses, if not all, must be benefiting from that increased foot traffic in the downtown area. So it's tough. It's a tough decision. But I would have to, in this situation, have to support the recommendations of the committee. Like I said, I don't think they took it lightly. And some of the other organizations that are at 84% funding, those services that they are lacking, the cost of those services are increasing as well. And it may even be more of a hardship on some of them to come up with that 16%. So that's kind of where I am with the issue. I support the DIA wholeheartedly and all of the wonderful activities that we have in our downtown area. And certainly that's one of the priorities and has been of this commission for a long time now, is to increase foot traffic and participation in our downtown area. And the DIA has done a tremendous job in that respect, Elizabeth, under your leadership, and we appreciate that as well, and your board. But I just have a difficult time in this instance picking the winners and losers, given the process that we already have in place. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. There's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow for option number 1 and option number 2 as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Let's let Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I know we got a little time delay, but something that Commissioner Richardson said reminded me of a hard conversation I've had to have over the past couple of days with some folks who are looking for some additional funding. And I've said this to them, quote, "Our budget is tight as a drum." And so if they're listening, apparently our budget is not tight as a drum, because we're now looking at possibly finding additional funding for an organization. And I just cannot be hypocritical in that. So if we're going to do it for one, we're going to have to do it for others. So I just say that as we go hurriedly into this vote, that's what we're going to be facing in a few minutes when we talk about the budget. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it passes 4-1 with the Mayor Pro Tem in.
I thought Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Clarification.
No, actually,
Commissioner Williams-Cox, are you in?
I'm not voting in favor of.
Okay. So it passes 3-2 with Commissioner Williams-Cox and the Mayor Pro Tem dissenting. Okay, got that. We are on item 13.04. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to pass.
Yeah. Are there any speakers on this item, Mr. Cook?
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we have a presentation, if you don't mind, if we could share that before the speakers, I think that might be helpful.
Absolutely.
And we can even simplify it. There are no speakers on 1304.
Even better.
Okay. All right, Mr. City Manager.
I have one speaker, Assistant City Manager Abena Ojatayo, will be the speaker. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for this opportunity. You brought this up at last meeting, within the last couple of meetings. It's a great opportunity for an update on where we are as an organization, the City of Tallahassee, in terms of electric vehicle readiness. As you know, in 2019, you and your colleagues, the City Commission, adopted a clean energy plan that says that we will accelerate the changing of our fleet to all electric by 2035. That's no small feat. I will say this, Abena probably will repeat it, that to serve our community each month we drive 1 million miles. And so it's a significant fleet, and it certainly will give the opportunity for others to change and follow our lead. The commission also has given us authority to develop rapid charging stations, kind of a modern day gas station. That work is well underway. And so we've got a lot of good progress, and we're working on a clean energy plan that will inform us more about how we go into that future. And so we've got a full update. The agenda item is well done. I think it's very informative. We want to give you a presentation, you and the public. And we also want to ask your authority, ultimately, at the conclusion of this, to work with the state to amend the state building code that would require for new homes, townhomes, and houses to be EV ready, because we know that is low-hanging fruit, and we don't want a new house built today that can't accommodate an electric vehicle in the future. And so I know I've taken some of what Ben is going to say, but I wanted to summarize the point, and really, I do that from time to time, but it's a good presentation. I think it's a good opportunity to share with the public where we stand. So with that, I'll turn it over to Abena.
All right, Ms. Ojatayo, give us that good presentation.
Thank you. And at least we got one more person back. I was going to take it personal. Everybody left when it was time for this one. I am, of course, personally very interested in this subject. This is an area that is near and dear to a lot of people in our community because we are leaders in sustainability and we continue to lead the charge. Today, at your request, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what our charge has been, the leadership that we've already taken in this area that I think we really should be proud of, and then some other opportunities as we continue to march down the clean energy plan. And the city manager has done a fantastic job of summarizing it, so I will hit on the highlights as we speed through this and move on with the rest of our agenda. I have the privilege of presenting today, but you know that this work takes the entire city government. And so I do have lots of my colleagues that are here with me, and if we need to dive in at any point, we certainly have the expertise of our electric and gas utility that has been leading our clean energy plan. We have our folks in fleet, as well as Star Metro, that have been leading the charge and really accelerating what our own goals has been with electrification. We also have our folks from growth management, and as the city manager pointed to, this leadership opportunity to work with the state to change the way we permit buildings is something that our growth management team would take leadership over. So I have the privilege here, but there's an army behind that can continue to support it. As the city manager pointed out, and as you know very well, you took an action that put us on the map globally, really. And we have 4 priorities within the clean energy plan that we're working towards, but beneath that are a lot of little actions and steps that culminate to make all this possible. You charged us to operate all our city facilities with 100% renewables by 2035. We've already achieved that. Yay. Okay, nobody cares. All right. All right, and then we said we will commit to shifting all of our city vehicles by 2035, as well as our Star Metro, and we are very much well on our way, about 15% of the way there, I think 30% with our buses. And of course, the ultimate goal is to achieve 100% net clean energy by 2050. It seems far, but it is not too far. So today we're talking about electrification of vehicles, and we wanted to highlight this. The community obviously cares a lot about it. It is one way that community members will participate with us in our clean energy plan and our clean energy future. It's helpful to know that transportation is actually the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, which is kind of the basis of this entire effort. It used to be electric production, and there's been some innovation and progress in that sector, but transportation continues to be a really big impact here. Part of that mix and that portfolio, which you will see presented before you later on in the year when we talk about the overall plan, includes actions that we can take today, like using efficient alternative transportations like our bus transit system, reducing travel demand like we do with our transit-oriented development in our current code, as well as using, if we are going to drive, use clean and fuel-efficient vehicles. So those are all part of it. But what we're seeing recently is just this huge uptick with electrification of vehicles across the sector, across the globe, really. There's been a huge uptick of adoption of electric vehicles and just more fuel-efficient vehicles. And so that is a good sign, as well as federal and state level policy that is steering communities towards building the infrastructure that will begin to support this trend. We're seeing that with new funding sources that is coming down the line that is encouraging us to begin to lay the groundwork that will make it feasible for our community to adopt this technology. Almost all auto manufacturers are planning for EVs to be a major portion of their sales within the next 10 to 15 years. And the federal government has set a goal for 50% of all new auto sales to be electric vehicles. So those are just things that we continue to watch. And again, this is something we're taking seriously as part of our portfolio of options in our clean energy plan. You will know we've presented some of this before, and we just want to highlight it for the good of everybody that's listening as well. The city has taken a lot of action recently that does position the organization really well to be able to lead in the electrification future. Like I mentioned, 15% of our light-duty fleet is already electric or hybrid, and we continue to add more to that. Our fleet department has taken excellent leadership in this area, and we've also seen the same with Star Metro. We continue to look for resources to add more electric buses to our fleet. We've installed 52 charging stations around the city that will support our fleet, and so that's a huge investment that we've already started making to serve our operations. We also have level 2 chargers that are available, and these are a little bit slower. They're not the slowest, but it would take several hours for a vehicle to charge. We have those available now at several of our parking facilities as well, and that's available to the public. And as the city manager mentioned, we have the Power TLH pilot. This is the fast charging level 3 that will be piloted in strategic locations across the city. And we're talking 20, 30 minutes full charge. You're on your way. And then lastly, but really importantly, we continue to ensure that our electric utility is reliable and is resilient and can handle the various loads that will be coming to the system as part of multiple sectors, multiple charge points being added to our grid. We're very confident about our ability to meet that demand all the way through 2040. And of course, we continue to plan accordingly as we have new information. And so when we look out at how the rest of the community can be ready and can participate in this effort, there are the investments we're making that we are confident will signal to the broad community that this is a worthwhile investment, and others will follow. I think that it cannot be understated. But also education and outreach. And we work with multiple partners that help us share this message and encourage the community to take sustainable actions as well. We have always been leaders in utility customer incentives, and that's also part of the consideration that will come before you in the fall. Incentives are ways that we can encourage our utility customers to adopt some of the more environmentally sustainable practices. So that will be part of the consideration you will see. We also have regulatory tools. In fact, those are unique tools for government. We can address how new development happens through our land development code, and that primarily focuses on the site. And that is similar to what the county has done, where they might regulate things like parking structures. That is something that is also under consideration and will be probably coming before you as part of our Clean Energy Plan proposal. But for today, one we wanted to highlight as a leadership opportunity, which is summed up in our option offer to you, is to allow us to pursue a more significant approach where we would partner with the state to look at the building code. Now, the Florida building code is set, it's outside of us, and we have to follow that building code for any new building. And so what we know based on the national trend, the international trend, is that the most significant impact that we can make is at the residential level. This is where those who have electric vehicles are going to be charging. It's also the most efficient. It is the best use of the resources that we have. It allows us to integrate it seamlessly in our electric utility, and we can layer on that all the additional incentives. And so if we are to do that and to encourage it, it would have to be at the building level. In order to change that, we would have to work with our state to ask for a technical amendment. That is a lengthy process, it's a challenging process, but it's also a leadership opportunity where we might signal to the entire state that this is something that's important to us in Tallahassee, and it's an opportunity for multiple communities to join with us as well. And so this option today is to, one, accept the staff update with the full details in your packet. Option two is to authorize us to pursue technical amendments to the Florida Building Code to accelerate EV readiness in new construction.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, one more time. Do we have any speakers on this item?
No, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Coming back to the Mayor Pro Tem, because you were the one that brought this item before us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am proud to make a motion to accept staff recommendation on options 1 and 2.
I'll second that.
And if I might just
please,
make a
yes,
brief
sir.
comment, I want to commend our staff for what we have done. We have certainly, as Ms. Agitayo has mentioned, taken a leadership role in terms of addressing and aggressively addressing this whole issue of climate change. I was in Europe recently, and the day that we landed, my family and I, it was 105 degrees. And I think they, like us, realize that we have damaged our climate, and there are things that we have to do, should have begun doing years ago, but certainly all of us have to begin doing now to address this issue. And I'm proud of the fact that the City of Tallahassee, the leadership that we've shown, colleagues as a commission, and the city manager and staff in addressing this issue, working with our partners in the community, those environmental organizations that helped us draft our clean energy resolution for the year 2050. And as Ms. Agitayo again has demonstrated, we have been aggressively pursuing that goal, and in some instances already reached it. And so all of us have to work together on this to make it happen. I want to also give credit to the League of Women Voters of Florida and our local Tallahassee chapter, of which I'm also proud to be a member, because they took the lead in taking this same issue to our county commission recently, and the county commission has adopted an EV readiness ordinance for our county. And obviously there is more work to be done, and so now we're going to the legislature to get the requisite changes made in state statute to allow us to be able to do this. Again, taking a leadership role in the state of Florida, right here in our state capital. I would also suggest, Mr. City Manager, that we make this one of our legislative priorities as we start to develop, our legislative priorities for next year, and that we work with our local legislative delegation to help us move this idea through the legislature and hopefully to the governor's office for approval eventually. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, well done. Grand slam, home run, victory lap, proud of it. And we're going to support your motion. Anybody else want to comment? Okay, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Williams-Cox, do you want to comment on this item as well?
I would just say kudos, I'm on board.
Sorry, Commissioner. Excellent. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, I only went to the bathroom because it said Tony was presenting the item on the. But you summed up a lot of great work that's happened over the last couple of years in just a few slides. So thank you for the presentation and letting everybody know what we've been up to. I guess to Mayor Pro Tem's point, my question was going to be pursuing technical amendments. What's the process there, or what are we actually? What's the next step after approving this?
Sure, and it is. I can give you a very high-level response, but I do want to allow our Growth Management Director, John Reddick, who can elaborate more, that we have our building services within that department. And as I mentioned, there is the Florida statute preempts us from making any changes to that. So whenever we want to regulate something concerning the building itself, we have to ask for a technical amendment. And that's something that you would approve through an ordinance, and then we would submit to them. And they do have to review it, and it is subject to reevaluation every 3 years. But it is a process that it is a little harder to go through. So if, with your direction, it's something we certainly can pursue. Where's John? There you go.
Sure, yeah, I mean, if you have additional information, but that was helpful. Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did you?
No, that's good. We're good.
You wanted additional?
We're good. That was enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're all set. Sorry about that. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I ditto everything that's been said. It's exciting to look back and see how far we've come and the direction that we're going in. And I think for me, the next step is just going to be reducing our reliance on cars altogether. You know, electric vehicles are an amazing alternative for people who need cars. There's still the greatest impact that we can have on our environment by reducing our carbon emissions is, as you said, reducing our dependency on vehicles. And so the closer we can get to that goal, the better. So thinking through our future in that regard is exciting. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem has made the motion for option number 1, option number 2, seconded by the mayor. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 13.05. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask Dr. Kimball Thomas to come forward. I'd like him to provide a brief presentation, but this item involves the request of the developer of Landon Hills subdivisions, new subdivision in the northeast that has recently been annexed into the city. They have asked to voluntarily participate in our inclusionary housing ordinance. It is not required of their subdivision. As you know, we've had one significant subdivision, Canopy, that is participating in inclusionary housing. Evening Rose did as well. This would be the third. Again, it is not required of the subdivision, but they've asked to be included. Dr. Kimball Thomas will give us an overview, and we seek your permission to enter into an agreement with the developer to add inclusionary housing to Landon Hills.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager Goode, President Mathias, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. Again, as the City Manager has already pointed out, the developer is doing this voluntarily. That's almost unheard of with respect to that, and because of the fact that doing voluntary inclusionary housing in the development is subject them to our current inclusionary housing, our ordinance, which gives them density bonuses and other permitting expedition for that. I can tell you that exciting. This is in a lake protection area, so that is why they were exempted, from the beginning for inclusionary. But of course, they're voluntarily doing this, and again, that's almost unheard of. We're very happy to work with them. There's been a lot of good, robust conversation. We've been working with planning and growth management as well with this. If you'll look at Exhibit A per your packet, you will see that the development is in the northeast corridor of the county, off the Bannerman Road area. The plat itself gives the inclusionary housing on the north side of it, which is on site, which is something we always is excited about happening and not off site. This particular agreement gives us an opportunity to increase the number of affordable housing that we can offer here in Tallahassee. It's with our strategic plan objectives, and we're very excited and hope that you will support us on option number 1.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
Mayor, we do have several speakers on this item. The first is Jason Gazvini, followed by Gary Hunter.
How many speakers do we have total?
Thought we had 3, but I believe it's just the 2.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Jason Gazvini, 4708 Capitol Circle Northwest. Commissioners and city staff, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight on this item. I'm here on behalf of the Landon Hills Project and Premier Fine Homes. I want to express my appreciation to city staff for working with us on this agreement. This has been a long process leading up to today, getting close to 5 years now we've been working on this project. Premier Fine Homes is very proud that we have found a way to work with city staff to bring affordable housing to Landon Hills. Premier Homes has built homes in our community for over 30 years and has always worked to provide housing in more affordable price points. Many of the people that have bought a Premier home purchased their first home in our community. For over I'm sorry. And we have seen them sell and benefit from that home ownership. Many of them have also, many have given us the greatest compliment of coming back to Premier to purchase their second and third homes, which has given us a front row seat to see how home ownership benefits members of our community. Today, Premier is the only home builder in our community building and selling inclusionary housing in the city. And while we are proud of that fact, we know we need more, and this agreement is a step in that direction. Sorry, I lost my place. Obviously, the pandemic and supply chain has caused unprecedented changes to development and construction costs in our community, as well as the rest of the country. This agreement allows us to work with growth management to find ways to create affordable housing as part of this project, and not just in the inclusionary homes that we will build, but also working to engineer design home sites that allow us to build new housing at more affordable prices than we see in new construction today. I do not know of another project or developer in Florida that has done what we have done with city staff, where a developer has chosen to work with the municipality to bring affordable housing requirements to a project where it was not required. While I know we at Premier are proud, I hope that this is something that we can all be proud of as a community, and that this can be a stepping stone for where we go in working to create more affordable housing projects in our community. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, City staff.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Gary Hunter.
Name and address for the record, please.
Gary Hunter, Holtzman Vogel Law Firm, 119 South Monroe Street, Tallahassee. I primarily was here to answer questions. I want to thank Dr. Thomas and Abena, the City Attorney's Office, for the work that they put in getting this inclusionary agreement done. Importantly, and I think it's been said, Dr. Thomas made a highlight of his presentation, and Jason said it as well, but this is a voluntary inclusionary agreement. And so it's good for the city, it's good for hopefully the future buyers of these homes, and so we're proud to be a part of this program, and we thank you. Obviously, I'll answer any questions anyone has, but otherwise, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, let's open it up for discussion, comment, motions.
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would move staff recommendation on option, I think it's number 1.
Option number 1, been properly moved for option number 1.
Second.
There's a second to the motion by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further discussion?
Mr.
Mayor Pro
Very
Tem.
quickly, and I'll try not to be redundant, but this is unprecedented on the part of a developer. You know, sometimes developers get a bad rap, but they contribute to this community in a number of ways. And again, this is unprecedented. We have not had a developer before now come forward and voluntarily request that they help us to address a dire need in our community, and that is the need for additional affordable housing. And so I want to thank the Gosvinis and Premier Fine Homes for setting that example, and we hope that others will follow in the very near future. And I want to thank staff for working with them to make this happen and bringing us this recommendation this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further comment? Commissioner Williams-Cox, any further comment? Seeing none. Okay, motion's been made for staff recommendation, option number 1 by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes.
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. We're on item number 13.06. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask David Pollard, our airport director, to come forward. He has a presentation. I think it's safe to say, and maybe an understatement to say, we have a lot of activity at our airport. More people are flying out of Tallahassee than almost ever before. We're near previous highs prior to the pandemic. We have a lot of interest, you heard at your last meeting, to invest in the airport, take advantage of that space, add industry, add jobs. We know we have cargo coming in and out of the airport to a high degree. And we also have a lot of activity privately at our airport with private flights as well as a potential future flight school. So we've got a lot going on. We've got a roadway realignment. I could go on and on. But what it signals is a lot of change and growth And with that, you also have to have capacity to service those flights. And that's really what this item is about tonight. We have interest in adding another fixed base operator. David will describe what that is. And we're seeking your permission to negotiate that contract. So, David, will you kind of give the full background for everybody's benefit? And certainly we look for your feedback, commissioners.
David, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials. Again, happy to be before you today to bring yet another development opportunity to you for consideration. As we continue to press ahead, as Reese mentioned, we're seeing tremendous growth, tremendous economic impact, and how we're serving as a true economic generator for this community, this region. And also, as we press ahead, I always like to remind us of our airport strategic priorities. These are all achieved by 2024. This is what we set out to do in our city strategic plan. $1 billion annual economic impact by 2024, 1 million annual total passengers by 2024, 22 million pounds of annual total cargo, 100 acres of land leased, and complete construction of a U.S. Customs facility by 2024. If you recall, at your last meeting, we brought you two other opportunities, development opportunities for substantial economic development at the airport. I'm excited to let you know, with the company's permission, I know there's some questions regarding the nature of Project Alpha previously. With the company's permission, I'm pleased to announce to you the name of that company, which is North American Aerospace Industries. North American Aerospace Industries is who is behind Project Alpha, working with a reputable developer that would actually do the construction of that facility, named Western LLC. And so those two are combined, the two that are behind Project Alpha. As I mentioned on that project, we're continuing to work with Space Florida and also the other development opportunity with Burrell. So making considerable progress, also working with the State on the Road project as we continue to press ahead. So sometimes there's some confusion about what is an FBO. A fixed base operator at an airport. You've also heard me say previously, I always like to talk about commercial aviation, military, general aviation, business aviation. Anytime I'm talking about the airport, I like to mention all those aspects of aviation. So what an FBO is, it's a commercial operator granted the right by an airport to engage in those items: fuel sales, hangar storage, aircraft tie-down and parking, aircraft rental, aircraft maintenance, ground support services, and flight instruction. Again, as Reese mentioned, all these aircraft that come into our community need service. They need fuel. They may have an emergency. The FBO is who we might go to assist us with the recovery of an aircraft that's stuck on the runway, for example, right? So they provide an array of services that are very important to the success, the long-term success of our airport. With respect to Aero Center Tallahassee, we're basically talking about a starting point, further subject to additional negotiations, which would be a minimum land lease of 6 acres, a capital and investment of $10 million, and that would result in over $4 million of new revenue to the airport. You may recall what we're trying to do is really work on our, what we call our cost per enplaned passenger, and some of the things that make us more attractive to additional air service providers. This injects all new revenue to the airport that we can use to directly offset costs to our air carriers that are out there, and hopefully make us more attractive for future air service development opportunities. With respect to economic impact of this development opportunity, it would create 29 permanent jobs, 124 temporary construction jobs, and a total economic impact of $19 million. With respect to the general area that we're talking about, it would be up on the north ramp area. This is just, again, a starting point for where the facility would be. If we inlay some of the buildings that we would anticipate, There would be some demolition involved of existing facilities out there. Some of these are the oldest facilities out at the airport, one of them being the old terminal facility. So this development could affect that as we continue our negotiations, and that's why we listed Flightline on the agenda item as well with respect to how it would impact them. We're having very positive and favorable conversations with both Aero Center Tallahassee and Flightline, and we're actually putting them together. So three-way conversation, Flightline, Aero Center, and the airport, all talking, all communicating about a higher and better use for that particular property. This is what it could look like with respect to a building that would be the FBO itself, a nice facility. This company has previous experience doing this. They operate an FBO out of Lakeland down in Central Florida. They also service Amazon. They have a contract with Amazon down there with respect to some of the fueling that goes on down at the Lakeland Airport. Also Wilmington, North Carolina, and soon to open a new location in Spokane, Washington. So this firm has the experience to do this, and we're very excited. They've been very patient with us as we continue to talk about the requirements that are outlined in our minimum standards documents. They must meet those requirements before they can start pumping the first gallon of gas here at our airport. With respect to how this aligns with the previous two that we brought you, if you just look to the right-hand column, you'll see I've now listed the name of the company under Project Alpha, North American Aerospace Industries, and also added Aero Center Tallahassee. So this gets us to the total impacts that you see there on the right-hand column with minimum land lease of 95 acres, capital investment in our airport combined of $155 million. Projected new revenue streams to the airport, upwards of $48 million, 1,752 total jobs, permanent jobs, well-paying jobs. Temporary construction, as we're seeing out at the airport right here, right now, we have a lot of contractors running around the airport as we speak, and it's nice to see. But total construction, temporary construction jobs of 2,000, with a combined total economic impact of $616 million, which I like to remind you, $599 million is our total. We get over that $1 billion strategic priority that we set. In terms of next steps, we would certainly be working to complete our negotiations with Flightline and Aero Center Tallahassee, which is owned by SAR Trilogy. And so from that standpoint, we would continue to press ahead with those negotiations. We would also concurrently be coordinating with FAA and FDOT regarding their specific requirements. We would trigger the appropriate environmental reviews that would be required, as they would certainly be installing some fuel storage tanks and bringing on fuel trucks to the property and things of that nature. So we want to make sure we're doing that right. There would be appropriate airspace analyses required on the different buildings. We typically would plot the four corners of the buildings, the latitude, longitude of those buildings, the four corners of those buildings, and from there we demonstrate that there's no line of sight issues from the control tower, that it's set back the proper distance from the runways, and things of that nature. So again, that's all part of the airspace analysis, and also complete the final design documents, get those through permitting, and hopefully be under construction within 1 to 2 years. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, David. Any questions for David before we go to public comment? Okay, how many speakers do we have?
We have no speakers on item 1306.
No speakers on the item. Okay, David, let's go back. I want you to put up the slide of the overall economic impact. I think this is very important to highlight because this isn't just a game changer for the city and the county. This is a regional game changer. This is more economic activity at the airport since the new airport has been built. Am I correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah, and this is phenomenal and very exciting as we move forward. We're talking an overall economic positive impact of $616 million, bringing in the industry that we're looking forward to developing out the airport while working also with our great partners that are already out there. And I see representatives from Flightline that are here. Yeah, this is very exciting. This really is. Job well done.
Thank you.
Open it up for comment, discussion, motions.
I would move staff recommendation for option number 1. Mayor?
Okay, I'll second it.
Second.
I'll give it to Commissioner Porter for the second. Any comment, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Let's go.
Okay. You heard it from Commissioner Williams-Cox. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. David, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm going to take the privilege of the chair, and we are going to take up 13.08 real quick because I think it's a non-controversial issue, and then we'll spend the rest of the time on the budget. So we're going to go ahead and clear out 13.08 if we can. 13.08, we'll come back to 07 on the proposed budget. So 08, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 1308 deals with refunding of some 2015 consolidated utility system bonds we have outstanding. For us, consolidated utility systems as our water and sewer. We have an opportunity to realize debt service savings, and we want to do that. The item was on consent, but was pulled because from the time the agenda was released until now, interest rates had moved even a little further in our favor. We were able to go back to Truist Bank, who had won the competitive process. They agreed to work with us and reduce the rate even further. And so the updated agenda item reflects those numbers, but because there had been changes, we wanted to pull it to this point. Our staff recommendation is to move forward with refunding.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, no public comment. I'm looking to my colleagues for.
Move option 1.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Porter. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. One comment, yeah, I will support this. Also, I want to acknowledge, Mr. Manager, there was a nice article in the paper today talking about realized savings through the utilities. I know that y'all work very hard to try to maximize the dollar and the services that we provide. We certainly do appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cook, great job on this item.
Thank you,
Appreciate it. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, the last item before us is 13.07, the fiscal year 23 proposed budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Robert Wiggin, our Director of Resource Management, will provide a presentation. At this time of the year, you take action as a commission to set the tentative millage rate. We have discussed that you provided clear direction early in this budget process of your intention not to increase that millage rate. We've been working, it's been a journey over the last several months, maybe 4 months, a lot of good feedback from you and, of course, the public in terms of setting the priorities. Commissioner Williams-Cox already indicated this is a tight budget year. It certainly still has pandemic effects, but I am pleased we've been able to present a balanced budget. It does not include everything that has been asked for, but I do believe it represents your priorities well. We've made our very best recommendations in terms of what to include, levels of funding, and I do believe our revenue estimates are very good at this point. As we started the process, that still was evolving, and so we've got a lot of good information. I think we've been able to use it in a way that makes good recommendations for your consideration. We want to go over those as part of the presentation and certainly get your feedback. And at the end of this process, we'll walk through setting the millage rate and taking the necessary steps. So with that,
Great.
I'll turn it over to Robert for a full presentation.
Robert, before you jump in, Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have so far on this item?
25, give or take.
Okay, 25. Here's what we're going to do, folks. Obviously, we're not going to wrap this up before the scheduled public hearing at 6 o'clock. So we are going to move forward. We're going to do as much as we possibly can. Do note that it's 6 o'clock. We have a publicly scheduled public hearing as it was advertised. So I will find a break probably within the public comment. We will break from the City Commission meeting. We will go into the public hearing. There is one item on the public hearing that we will take up. Once we close out the public hearing, we will come back on the budget and we will spend as much time as we need to tonight. But we will take a break at 6 o'clock because there was a publicly advertised public hearing with one item. So as long as we are all clear, let's move forward. Robert, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials, and members of the public. One personal privilege, if I could disabuse the notion, I'm not a magician. We do manage to pull rabbits out of our hat, but it's hard work. It's 14 funds, it's 30-plus departments, it's managers, staff, all working hard. You heard earlier, it's committees that do our due diligence on our behalf, great partners that we have that are also here, federal and state opportunities where we can avail ourselves of that. Great debate. And as we talk about this budget, I'll get into some of those details, so thank you for that moment. I'll offer more details on the fiscal year 23 proposed budget. Even greater details available in the agenda item and the 6 attachments, as well as publishing the budget online at OpenGov. As we have progressed through the fiscal year 23 budget development, there's excellent news. We mentioned that the budget is balanced for the operating and capital budgets. In January, March, May, and an added June meeting at the Smith-Williams Center, we were able to talk about the issues that we had and work to resolve those issues. We have clear City Commission direction on future priorities through the city's strategic plan. I'll mention that that budget development is not only directed by that strategic plan, but we also are fortunate to receive many texts, phone calls, emails, and a number of in-person discussions so that we can make sure that we understand where the individuals who are making requests are coming from, what departments' needs are, and then how we best address those needs with resources, variety of funding sources and different opportunities. All of this is reflected in our dedication to the mission, vision, and organizational values. Encouraging these workshops, it's been encouraging that these workshops were well attended with many members of the community. And with this as an underpinning, we move into the next phase. This presentation provides an overview of the fiscal year 23 budget at 4.1 mils. The budget adoption will take place at a first and final hearing on September 7th and September 21st. There'll be an opportunity to discuss and make changes at that September 21st, but quite a bit of the responsibility that day is prescribed by state statute, and we'll walk through a series of steps, and I'm looking to the city attorney to bolster her ability to help us through that process because it is cumbersome. The actions we'll ask from you tonight is to approve a tentative millage rate of 4.1 mils. That'll be the 7th year in a row that we've maintained that millage rate. We'll ask you to provide feedback on the fiscal year 23 proposed budget, affirm the process for the scheduled budget hearings. Those scheduled budget hearings will go out in newspaper advertisements, and so affirming those dates is important to make sure that they don't conflict with Leon County School Board, Leon County, or other entities. And then ask you to accept the third quarter update, which was provided as an attachment. There's a fund-by-fund detail of that third quarter update. It's very familiar to what we talked about just a month ago. We will continue to manage the general fund in recognition of inflationary pressures, the labor market, fuel costs, and then also overtime. I've moved on faster than my presentation did. Very quickly, as you've directed in the strategic plan and meetings and workshops, our goal is to be the national leader in public service delivery. You're familiar with our investment of $227 million in our community with infrastructure, human service, housing needs, being an employer of choice in this fiscal year 23 budget with a 5% across the board increase, which means a $2,500 minimum for employees earning up to $50,000. About 40% of our workforce will enjoy that, that recognition of a tight labor market. We'll continue FlexBucks and healthcare actions to put more money into the pockets of our employees that we undertook last year. This will be the final year of the phasing in of transition for healthcare cost sharing incentives. We remain an attractive community for families and businesses by maintaining that millage rate for the 7th year in a row. We've addressed the $53 million of cost avoidance to utility customers through effective fuel price management. We maintain a AA bond ratings for our utilities and general government bonds, which has allowed us to refinance and go to the market to realize even better savings as interest rates fluctuate. And then ultimately, we're balancing the budget using federal, state, and local resources, coordinating with partners to maximize efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of service. So a lot to rest on. We recognize, though, that that's not acceptable. Your guidance and clear responsibilities direct us to continue to be the national leader in delivery of public services for the future. The fiscal year 23 budget, proposed budget addresses new community priorities. We've directed $1 million to fund programs to stop gun violence. We provided funding to staff the Riley House Museum and Animal Services. We've provided fund upstarting for the Commission on the Status of Men and Boys, additional funding for the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. We've expanded the Tallahassee Emergency Assessment Mobile Unit, Team Unit, and then we've been asked to address human trafficking by Survive and Thrive Advocacy Center with startup funding in partnership with Leon County. Strategic plan achievements and investments. The city continues to achieve and exceed key targets in our public infrastructure realm. $198 million proposed for our capital budget, and a few of the projects listed there that are very important, not to mention the planning and design for TPD headquarters, Fire Station 17, a new senior center. We've got a key target in the strategic plan for impact on poverty and public safety with our at-risk youth. This is really no better story in the government, starting as a pilot, identifying students at risk, going from 70 to 440 to 850 to 1,050. I'm looking at you, Dr. Thomas, because these are impressive numbers, 1,460 to 1,750 to 1,900 participants, nearly 95% of our strategic plan target. We've done that with about $215,000 in original funding that we found within the budget, within our current resources. Proving that pilot led us to be then eligible to find additional funding and to be eligible for state funding. And so, again, I think we're heading in that similar direction with the team process where we identify a pilot, demonstrate success, and then find partners to join us in solutions. In more key targets and economic development and impact on poverty, CHSP will dedicate $5.6 million in fiscal year 23. The definition of strong partners and leveraging resources is that we address 62,000 residents with our human service work. That employs 1,900 full-time individuals, and it's reported that $200 million in economic activity results from that leveraging of the money that we do within the general government. Another key target is our impact on poverty and quality of life with affordable housing. Great strides. We heard an update this just earlier today. We've got $21 million invested over the past 5 years, an additional $9.7 in ARPA funds in fiscal year 23, and that's facilitated many housing rehabilitations, many houses constructed, quite a few housing down payment assistance grants, and really the kicker is the $1,900 affordable housing units in the planning and development process versus approximately 50 to 100 years in prior years. So I've mentioned quite a bit about strategic plan and quite a bit about accomplishments. You wouldn't think necessarily that we were talking about a budget, but I do have to touch on some numbers. A strategic plan key target and achievement that we work towards is economic development and community affordability. This chart is a summary of the full municipal cost comparison between the city of Tallahassee and the average of 11 other cities. I've mentioned the millage rate, which results in lower property taxes, good management over utilities, regular rate studies that affirm those utilities are responsibly maintaining their infrastructure, but also providing efficient and effective services, a fire services fee that's also included in that municipal cost comparison. It means that the lowest ad valorem rate is at 4.1 mils, is 44% lower than the average of peer cities. We've avoided significant costs of roughly $53 million during the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 22 with fuel in our natural gas and electric utilities. And we expect that another $134 million in avoided costs will be realized through 2024. What does this mean for households? It means that the average residential electric bill for our utility customers is about $106 per month compared to $154 per month on average for these other Florida communities, real dollars on a monthly basis. To be the national leader in the delivery of public services, accomplish their strategic plan achievements, and continue to invest. To put that into dollars, this table demonstrates the 14 operating funds. These funds are followed by pro formas that are in the agendas with details of the expenses, the operating expenses, and the salary and fringe benefit costs. This list represents the 14 operating funds totaling $801 million. Each of these are unique funds to ensure that taxes, that rates, that fees, that they're applied equitably, that people pay for what services are delivered. And then federal, state, and local statutes govern us, ordinances govern us, and most importantly, accounting and auditing requirements are met by maintaining these 14 funds. When we look at these funds, we spend a significant amount of time on the general fund. It's where we fund streets, sidewalks, parks, recreation, public safety, housing, human services, community resilience. I could go on and on, but it's very important to people's everyday lives. And so as we talked about the prior two meetings, we spoke to a general fund deficit of about $2 million, and we had additional requests. So this proposed budget closed that previously anticipated general fund deficit with several changes that are listed here. We proposed a 10% reduction in road resurfacing expenditures, but made a commitment that that resurfacing is more lane miles than in years prior to 2018. We're also recognizing a reduction in general fund sidewalk capital projects, but we've made the commitment that that would not impact maintenance of existing sidewalks or repairing trip hazards. We had very positive property valuation results with ad valorem tax revenues increasing based on those taxable values of additional revenue of $2.4 million. And then we've recommended an increase in vacancy factor for the general fund, greater management of our employees from 3 to 3.5% for some reduction in the budget. Not wanting to budget to then cut programs and recognizing that we need to manage our resources also at the same time. What this budget does do in order to balance the fund is the general fund is accelerate the use of ARPA funds from fiscal year 24 that we had planned to fiscal year 23, and that will close the final gap of the general fund $2.5 million deficit. So this proposed budget includes new commission priorities for gun violence, for community beautification, for TEAM, for the Sheriff's Council on Men and Boys, for the Oasis Center with the amounts that are shown down the right-hand side, for animal services, for the Riley House, and for the Survive and Thrive Advocacy Center in their final year of startup funding. We did have to make some hard decisions when we decided to accelerate ARPA funds, knowing that that would put pressure on us in the future years. We took close looks at a couple other requests. COCA requested $300,000 beyond their current $192,000 in funding, and that was proposed to support an expansion of its services. We've looked at their revenue realization, and revenues from the city and county to COCA are projected to be among the highest in the last 14 years in fiscal year 22, and they're likely to grow in fiscal year 23 and future years. So it wasn't an easy decision. I've had the opportunity to meet with Kathleen Spahar at COCA. She recognizes our calculation of increasing revenues. She does feel pressure from providing educational services, non-tourist type services. And we've talked about how to work with local providers to meet some of these National Endowment for the Arts or the American Arts standards that they're trying to meet. And we hope that can be accomplished in the next year. St. Francis Wildlife has requested and received $30,000 from the city annually for their administrative expenses. They've asked for an additional $10,000 for fiscal year '23. After talking with the contractor, staff does not recommend this increase but does recommend continued funding of the $30,000. What this means is that to address commission priorities in fiscal year '23, I've mentioned the $794,000 in accelerated ARPA funding. If you look in the table that's in the middle of the screen there, you'll notice that our fiscal year '22 balanced budget, fiscal year '23 balanced budget, I'll point out, unfortunately, that ARPA funding ends in fiscal year '25, and so that reflects that funding ending. What we would work towards in this next year is and the following year is closing that gap between needs and funding sources in '25 with growth and revenue, with ideally a healthy economy, state and locally, and then continued application of prudent financial planning. Financing the government directs us on ensuring that we meet certain standards in how much we budget and how much we reserve. I'll mention that our deficiencies fund is part of that process to be restored in these next few years. When we went through the 2008-2009 economic downturn, we saw a 4 or 5 or 6 year window that it took to restore. We experienced emergencies in the pandemic. We appropriately met that face-on using reserves. We fully expect that over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years that we'll restore that deficiencies fund at the same time. I mentioned 14 funds that ensure equitable and responsible financial stewardship. As part of that management, we're engaged in assessing rates and fees. The gas rates are under review right now. Building inspection fees are expected to bring us in line with the market. And then we mentioned the fire services fee process is underway and expected during the fiscal year '24 budget process. Knowing that we're short for time, it's hard to leave the capital budget on one page, but we tried to do that. $801 million in operating is the backbone of the work that's done in utilities and public infrastructure. To support our facilities, to support our infrastructure, to provide reliable services. These capital projects are funded from a variety of sources, sometimes a transfer from the operating fund to acknowledge that we have cash that's invested in maintenance and repairs, also borrowing for longer-term debt needs for new infrastructure. And again, this capital budget maintains that fund integrity that's so important so that we have clean audits on a regular basis and meet state and federal requirements. Aviation is one of those entities, and as David talked through the process they're going through to bring in revenue, those revenues stay at the airport. The FAA will review that, will ensure that everything is being done at high standards, and so that's just one example of the different requirements that we have across these 14 funds. So the fiscal year '23 through '27 5-year capital improvement plan that we're recommending is $198.3 million in fiscal year '23 and $901 million over the 4-year plan, over the 5-year plan. So the fiscal year '23 fiscal year '23 proposed operating and proposed capital budget is a combination of high-quality services as a full-service city, maintaining the same millage rate of 4.1 mils, maintaining strong bond ratings to ensure that our facilities are reliable. And with that overview, I'll take questions or direction. Ultimately, we're going to ask you to approve option 1, accept the update and provide City Commission direction on priorities for balancing the fiscal year '23 budget. And there are 4 parts to that. I mentioned approving the tentative millage, providing feedback, affirming the process, and accepting the third quarter update as part of that report.
Excellent, Robert. Fantastic presentation. We appreciate all the hard work. So a couple of questions, clarification for the public. So where we are in the process right now is you have brought us a proposed balanced budget. And the action that you are asking for tonight is for us to approve temporarily the proposed budget, which then, over the recess, it goes out to the public, and the public has the opportunity to digest it. We come back from recess. There will be how many opportunities for public comment?
2 public hearings in
2
September.
more public hearings with the final adoption of the proposed budget at the end of September, correct?
September 21st.
Okay, so we have the recess as a community to digest this proposed budget, and there'll be 2 other opportunities moving forward. I also want to make note, and we can answer any questions that we have, and then we'll get to the public speakers. Mr. Manager Robert, I do know that there was recently released an organization called Wallet Hub that just ranked the City of Tallahassee in the top 5 municipalities in the state of Florida. I believe we were in the top 100 nationally for the most efficient for the relationship between services and taxes that are paid. So congratulations on that. It shows that we are a very efficient operation. And y'all are doing a wonderful job, and we appreciate that. With that, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I always want to add this to Robert's presentation because I think it's very significant. He's smiling. He probably knows where I'm going to come from. But we're doing all of this with almost half of our property in Leon County off the tax roll. So whereas other communities are taxing a much larger percentage of their properties, because we're a government town, we have the 2 universities, community college, the churches, and all the other nonprofit organizations, almost half of our property is non-taxable. And so I think that is tremendous and should always be mentioned as a part of the efficiency that we're demonstrating here in Tallahassee with respect to taxation and the services that we provide our citizens for what we pay for.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'm going to remind the public that tonight there is a proposed vote on the proposed balanced budget, but there will still be 2 more opportunities with final adoption of the proposed budget at the end of September. With that, Mr. Clerk, walk us through public comment on the proposed budget before us. It is 5:37. We will take as many people as we can, and again, we'll take a break at 6 o'clock. I will call in the public hearing. We will deal with the issue before us, and then we will come back. Okay. Mr. Clerk.
We have, as I said, about 25 speakers. We'll call them. Each will have 3 minutes for remarks. I don't want to speak for the mayor, but he might say that if you agree 100% with the previous speaker, you can register your agreement without using all 3 minutes. But certainly we'll have the opportunity for those 3 minutes. And all that I have are here in person. I do not have anyone connected virtually, so we'll start with Kathleen Spihar.
Excellent. Your name and address for the record, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kathleen Spihar, 816 South MLK Junior Boulevard. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to discuss the COCA funding request. But first off, I really want to commend the city and the city staff for all the progress on the budget that's been made and the ability to fund those other additional projects that have been discussed at other commission meetings. They're just really important. We are still here. COCA is still here and asking for support, and this is why. Because our request is unique. COCA has resources for administration. So COCA's request is primarily about redistribution of arts, culture, heritage organizations with local-facing programs that aren't eligible for tourism development tax or other restricted funding pools. There's classes and shows and exhibits and more, and I know a lot of you have gone to those. I see you there. So that increased access in arts and culture for our entire community, the service for all the regions of our city and county, improving mental health and quality of life and impact on poverty, the partners with the neighborhood plans. I mean, just the list goes on and on. A lot of these do tie in with those city priorities that Robert had just talked about. Since last month, I wanted to give you an update. There are 4 organizations that qualify for COCA grant funds, but not through the tourism development tax. So those awards are in jeopardy without some kind of alternative funding source. So 3 of these organizations are new to the program and are also organizations of color. So these programs service, anywhere from at-risk youth to education to adults with autism, just to name a few things. And the city's funds would allow these crucial programs to move forward and be funded. And we're also working with the national organizations whose standards include local investments. So, our partners at the National Endowment for the Arts and Americans for the Arts, when we're looking at anything from the opportunity to get maybe some additional regranting funds in the next year, and we're looking at economic impact now. Both of those partners really look at how city is investing in local arts and culture, and they take that into consideration when they're deciding who to work with and who to fund. So we completely understand the challenges of this year's budget and are really thankful for the ways that the city is supporting arts and culture. The needs that I'm bringing forward tonight are real, and that I have been are very real, and that alternative funding is needed to meet the community needs and these demands. So we're asking the city tonight to please stick with us, to provide the alternative funding, and to be a partner in finding a solution that meets these immediate needs to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next is Delilah Pierre, followed by Cecilia Mariquin.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Delilah Pierre. I'm not giving my address. So, what do I even say? Like, it just feels unethical to the point where if it's not criminal, it should be criminal for y'all to completely and totally eliminate and remove a city budget workshop you said would be happening at 1 p.m. today. And then instead of putting that city budget workshop or public comment for working class people as an agenda item on the public hearings, instead you decided to put it at about like 5:40 p.m. at night and then skip it again with another public hearing agenda item, even though that could have easily been put as a public hearing item. I don't know why it couldn't have been put as a public hearing item. Secondly, as much as y'all love to laud and clap yourselves on the back for all the affordable housing policy you do and all the change you've done in our community, I've interviewed and talked to hundreds of people in Tallahassee, and the same thing keeps on coming up with these hundreds of people. We need affordable housing. We need access to affordable housing. We don't have affordable housing in Tallahassee. So whether you're 5th best in the country, if you're the most affordable city in the state of Florida, it doesn't matter. If the people who live in this community and who live in Tallahassee can't afford to live here, it does not matter, because people can't afford to live here. People can't afford to pay $500, $600 rents because of how cheap the wages are in the city, because of how little money and funding is spent on black businesses in the city, because y'all are more willing to give $27 million to Doak Campbell Stadium than to working class people and business owners in the city. More than that, we need to actually have public institutions that are accessible, that are places that people can go. Even the former mayor criticized y'all for eliminating and removing the city budget workshops and meetings. Even she talked about how it used to be a 2-day process, and now it's barely an agenda item on your list. And I hope, as you did pass an abortion resolution in Tallahassee, that some of the city funding and city money will be going to reproductive rights and to whatever you can do for abortion rights in Tallahassee. I especially hope City Commissioner Curtis Richardson, who showed up to a Students for Democratic Society protest, specifically standing there at the front. I don't know why. I hope it's not for clout or a photo op, because you didn't stay the whole time. You left almost immediately. I sure hope you're going to be supporting city funding for abortion resolutions and abortion rights in Tallahassee. If you're going to show up to a protest for clout, please do. Please use your power as the city commission to actually support people and create institutions in time for working class people to actually come out and fight. For working class people to actually come out and have a say in this legislation, have a say in what happens in their communities. Because when you tell people that a meeting starts at 3 p.m. and then you wait till 5:40 to split up a city budget hearing, that's not equitable, that's not accountable, that's not ethical, and it's not giving time for people in our communities to actually be able to come out and speak. And I have a sneaking suspicion that none of y'all care about that.
Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Cecilia Mariquin, and then Bob Holliday.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Cecilia, and I didn't give an address. I support the people's budget in Tallahassee, Florida. Money needs to be taken away from the police budget and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. We need real affordable housing in Tallahassee. We also need for the Civilian Police Review Board to have more autonomy, and we need to eventually get a Civilian Police Accountability Council in our city. City budget workshops should happen on the weekend or weeknights. at a time that is accessible to working class people. Again, we need a people's budget in Tallahassee that actually addresses the demands of working class people.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Bob Holliday, and then Dan Taylor.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Boy, I can't match that. I'm Bob Holliday, president of the Tallahassee Historical Society, P.O. Box 3713. I'm just here to remind you all that a year ago in May, I and Casey Smith from our Bicentennial Committee approached you all about matching a grant from the Division of Historic Resources for one of our bicentennial projects, a children's illustrated history of Tallahassee. We have since been notified that we have received the grant in the amount of $20,000, and we are asking you, begging you, on bended knees, how about that, if you would please consider a one-time match of $20,000 to help us do this project. Our Bicentennial Committee has been working since before the pandemic on a number of projects, and this is certainly one of them. It is my understanding that there is some time limitation on when the state needs to know about this. So I'll be glad to answer any questions or get back with any of you all on this, but we would greatly appreciate if the city would help us out on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Dan Taylor, then Jan DeCosmo.
Your name and address for the record, please. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, I'm Dan Taylor. I live at 1224 Mitchell Avenue and 32303. I'd planned to say that I'm deliciously proud to serve as the chair of the Council on Culture and Arts, but I see Darrell Jones is here, so I won't say that.
Don't say that.
Our primary function at COCA is to advocate for arts and culture for our community, and I'm here to do just that in the form of asking for that $300,000. That money would help support local-facing arts and culture programs for our families, our kids, our neighborhoods, and for those with special needs and economic challenges in our community that can't qualify for tourism resources. And I appreciate what you all do for our community, and thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Jan DeCosmo is next, followed by Lily Forbes.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Jan DeCosmo, 2205 Jim Lee Road. I'm a retired FAMU professor, and I've been writing grants for 41 years here. So I've seen the funding process in this town go from a few of us at FAMU asking the commission directly for money for the first Harambe Festival. This was before COCA even existed. So I've seen a lot of changes in this town, and most of them have been good in terms of grants funding. While at FAMU, I was able to win NEA, NEH, FHC, and DCA grant awards to the tune of about $250,000, which is pretty good for arts and humanities. We don't get big grants. I was unable to receive funding from COCA, however, because all the small nonprofits that I worked with couldn't compete with the really large organizations like the Tallahassee Museum. We competed for the same dollars. The situation of them that gets was pretty much what was going on. But thankfully now that has been rectified by the new director and board of COCA. Today I work mainly with the Tallahassee St. Martin Foundation. They administer the Tallahassee St. Martin Sister City relationship and also produce a lot of educational and cultural events and programs in the community. We've applied for grants from CRA and Visit Tallahassee and been successful with both. However, we really aren't tourist-oriented. We hold our programs and events on the south side of town, and our latest one was at Rickards High, and Lily will talk to you a little bit about that. And we attempted to do our best to get tourists and visitors. However, that really isn't the goal of kind of a local project like that. The CRA money is great. You can get up to $5,000. But today I superimposed the CRA map of Greater Frenchtown, downtown Tallahassee redevelopment area, and the 32304 zip code neighborhoods. There's a tiny little overlap. But if we wanted to uplift the folks and improve the quality of lives in 32304, CRA money isn't going to do it.
You're at about 30 seconds.
Okay, so fund COCA and they'll help us get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Is Lily Forbes, followed by Nigel Proctor.
Hello, I'm Lily Forbes, representing the Tallahassee St. Martin Foundation, 310 Salem Court, 32301. We recently received a small grant by Leon County Visit Tallahassee to produce a historical and musical concert called Civil Rights Soul of a Movement. The amount of funding one receives from Visit Tallahassee is dependent on how many hotel nights you think you can fill. Although we do our best to reach visitors, it is very difficult to fill numbers of hotels, nights, as we promised. The cost of this event was over $3,000. Another challenge that we faced was we can't apply for both COCA funds and tourism funding. The grant budget that we did receive for our recent show was less than $1,500, to be exact. We had to charge, we did charge a fee, although our purpose is to allow individuals to experience a quality event without having to worry about expenses. And so we let anyone in that was able to come, especially children, and any high school or college student, we allowed them in. Our biggest purpose was we wanted to make sure that the community hears stories that they recognize, stories that they probably wouldn't hear, or events that they wouldn't see or be able to afford. And so that's what's our platform and purpose for doing that. That's why we held it at Rickards High School. The foundation would greatly benefit from having the ability to apply for COCA funds for our local events that are not tourism focused. Our programs and events benefit Southside communities, the quality of life for the residents of those neighborhoods, and with the, give the confidence by offering platforms for expression. Students and children were able to hear stories from, for instance, Baba Shegun, who, of course, lived through that civil rights era, and to hear a 3-year-old child sing in the car, think, as they went home, and to see a mother of 4 come to an event and be able to not have to worry about paying for all her children to come. This is why we do what we do, and to be able to have funding sources like COCA would be really beneficial, and so we would like you to consider our proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nigel Proctor. No Nigel Proctor, then Betty Proctor is next.
Next speaker.
Next is Asia Kravitz.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Asia Kravitz. I decline to repeat my address. My name is Asia Kravitz, and I support the People's Budget of Tallahassee, Florida. I was very disappointed that the city budget workshop that was supposed to precede this meeting was canceled. I was very excited to work with my fellow community members on a city budget that allocates proper funding for services that would benefit the working class of Tallahassee. Not only was the scheduled event canceled, but the workshop that has previously been a 2-day event was reduced to a measly 2-hour block. I was also disappointed by the way in which we were notified of its cancellation. Yes, we found out only yesterday that it was canceled. No thanks to any public announcement, because there wasn't one. I urge those of you who care about the working people of Tallahassee to release info about cancellations further in advance. So, money needs to be taken away from the police budget and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. We need real affordable housing. We also need the Civilian Police Review Board to have more autonomy. We need a civilian police accountability council in our city. The city budget workshops should happen on the weekend or weeknights at a time that is acceptable to working class people. Again, we need a people's budget in Tallahassee that actually addresses the demands of working class people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jacob Muldoon.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jacob Muldoon, and I live off of Ocala. And I'm here to support the people's budget in Tallahassee, Florida. Money needs to be taken away from the bloated police budget in this city and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. We need real affordable housing in Tallahassee. I've been canvassing around this town for months, talking to the real people living in the city, in the South Side, in Frenchtown, and the main point people have highlighted is that Tallahassee is becoming unlivable and that they need real action to ensure affordable housing. And this isn't just affordable home ownership, but affordable housing of all kind. People, as we have seen in this meeting, are getting second and third houses, while working class people in Tallahassee are struggling to survive and rent one. It's just ridiculous. Homelessness has skyrocketed since the pandemic. Rents have increased and are pushing people out of this city. And the city should really be considering what their powers are for rent stabilization rather than trying to help landlords in their risk management. And this is all the while TPD is hoarding our city funds. They take over 1/3 of our city targeted city budget, and last I checked, they were millions over that budget. TPD needs to be reined in, both on their police brutality and their spending habits. Budget allocations and police accountability are completely intertwined. They're able to hit the bank and hit college students freely. This is why we need for the current Civilian Police Review Board to have more autonomy, and we need to eventually get a Civilian Police Accountability Council in our city. And finally, the city needs to make itself more accessible to working class people. City budget workshops should happen on the weekends or weeknights at a time when it's accessible to working class people. Additionally, they should not be canceled the day before they happen. While 1 p.m. on a Wednesday isn't necessarily accessible, we had enough time for me and many of the other people that some are here and some had to leave. We asked off for work. We wanted to be involved in this process, and we found out the day before and had to just, I guess, not work and not be a part of our civic duty. So it's really frustrating, and I see y'all's re-election posters in every spot of the city, but I'm just wondering where you actually are. The city and the city commissioners need to be out in the streets and meeting the citizens of Tallahassee where there are. I'm not
15 seconds.
I'm not a city employee, and but while I've been canvassing, the people ask services I just can't provide. So again, we need people's budget in Tallahassee that actually addresses the demands of working class people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we're going to go with one more public comment.
Okay.
One more speaker.
Next speaker is Josh Johnson.
Yeah, he's not here.
He's not here?
Not here.
Let's see.
Yep. Matthew Forrest is next.
After the speaker, we will go to the public hearing. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, I'm Matthew Forrest. I work under the name Brightso, 635 Railroad Square. And I'm here tonight to support the funding for COCA. Apologize for not being a little more dressed up. I rushed over here from being on the job site. I'm painting my 8th mural today. You guys talk about tourism development, and I think that I'm a part of that. But the way that I see it, if we're not funding these internal programs, we're not developing more artists to make more art, to create the art tourism. And I'll leave it at that. And I support everything that's been said by the people supporting COCA tonight.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 o'clock, so I am going to recess the City Commission meeting. I'm going to call into order the public hearing. Madam Attorney, we're on item number 15.01. If you are here to speak on the public hearing agenda item, please turn in a speaker card and give it to the clerk. Madam Attorney, for introduction.
Thank you. Item number 15.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 22-Z-18AA, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the University Village Plan Unit Development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on approximately 19.1 acres at the northwest corner of the intersection of West Pensacola Street and Ocala Road on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, adopt ordinance 22-Z-18AA, thereby amending the University Village PUD concept plan based on the findings and conclusions of the Planning Commission, the information contained in this agenda item, and any evidence presented in this hearing. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the Board Docs system.
Excellent. Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have one speaker on this item, Robert Volpa, and other than that, I don't have any other speakers.
Volpe, name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Robert Volpe, 119 South Monroe Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I will keep my part short because I know you have to get back to your important business of the budget. This is an amendment to the University Village PUD. It has been recommended by staff and unanimously by the Planning Commission to accept this amendment. It allows for redevelopment of the southeast corner of this piece of property from a non-conforming use to a conforming use. It will be a mixed-use restaurant, retail, convenience store, gas station. I'm here to answer any questions you might have about this. And
excellent. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Volpe? Do we have any other public comment on this item?
No, sir.
No more public comment. Commissioner Williams-Cox, just making sure you're still with us for the public hearing.
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Okay.
Staff recommendation on option number 1.
Mayor Pro Tem moves staff recommendation for option number 1. Is there a second to the motion on the table?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further comment? Seeing none. Commissioner Williams-Cox, we have no comment. Do you have any comment?
I do not.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, do we have anything else to come before us at the public hearing this evening?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Okay, so it is 6:03. I am adjourning the public hearing. I am calling the City Commission back into order. We are back on the budget, 13.07, and we are going to pick up with public comment right where we left off. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate y'all bearing with us while we take care of that one item for the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, let's pick up with the public comment.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims. I don't see Mr. Sims. I thought then we'll go to...
Mr. Sims here? Nope.
He's out in the hallway.
We'll go to Jason Carlos.
Here's Mr. Sims. Your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, Jesus, that hurt. What now? My name?
Name and address.
Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way. Oh, let me catch my breath right quick.
Would you like to wait and we can have another speaker?
Oh, yeah, because my back is...
That's okay, Mr. Sims. If you want to grab a seat, we'll call Mr. Sims back up.
Then the next speaker is Jason Carlos.
Jason Carlos? Jason? Jason Carlos? Hold on just a second, Mr. Sims. Jason Carlos? Okay, then we'll go back to Mr. Sims. Your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My wife still let me be at 1320 Avondale Way. Commissioner Porter, I call your name because this is important to me. Access. Now, look at Coca. You mentioned Coca. You mentioned that he met with her. Francis, animals. He met with them. I've tried reaching out to him several times, and my proposal wasn't even in his presentation. I feel like 2/3 of a man. He walked in here, didn't even acknowledge me, knowing I've been reached, and I'm talking about as of today. And then I hear my good friend Kathleen get up here and talk about, give us some money so we can give it to some colored artists. So is that our process? We give it to our privileged white people, and then our privileged white people break it off to our black people who can't get into City Hall. Is that it? And see, and here's what gets me. I had a elected official ask Mr. City Manager, can Mr. Sims speak? Oh, sure. Sure he can. Sure. He's an American citizen. We love him too. Really? Staging. Staging. And then you want me to think it's a fair process. Ain't fair. He ain't treating me fair. I can't even get the IG to acknowledge that elected officials should be able to meet with any elected official, whether you like them or not. But the mayor and the city manager has a policy. They are not required to meet with you if they don't like you. And so what now city staff has adopted is, okay, we know that the mayor and the city manager don't like Stanley Sims.
You're at 20 seconds.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna curtail how we service Stanley Sims. I send him a message to say, please give me a call, and he'll say, put it in an email. I send him an email back to say, it's a lot of dialogue. Then he don't respond. I sent him another email 3 days ago, say, hey, what's going on?
You're at 3
I'm
minutes.
out sick.
Mr. Sims, thank you
And then
for
in
your
30
comment.
seconds ago, I never get an answer.
Mr. Sims, thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, Mr.
I
Clerk.
wish my name was.
Jaden Patterson, followed by Dawn Orosio.
Patterson? He's left. Okay. Our next speaker?
Okay. Dawn Orosio. Okay.
Donna Rocio. Our next speaker?
Donna Pearl Cotterell.
Our next speaker?
Okay. Brooke Bowman.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Brooke Bowman, and address is 635-5 Railroad Square. I am the owner of Babe & Co. Studio located at Railroad Square Art District. I am asking for the city's support of COCA, the Council of Culture and Arts, so they can assist local and small businesses like mine and nonprofits. I am a Tallahassee transplant. I moved here March 2021 from Nashville, Tennessee. The arts are very important to me. As a child, I attempted suicide many times. At the age of 16, I overdosed and was committed to the children's psych ward. The arts have saved my life. In dark times, I know that I can turn to painting, poetry, and yoga. It is my mission to bring art into others' lives. I want to share my story in hopes that I can inspire those who do not have healthy outlets. When I moved to Tallahassee and found Railroad Square, I was welcomed with open arms. Feeling Art Collective was my first gallery that I was accepted into, and it has changed my life for the better. I am asking for you to please support COCA so that they can in turn help others to continue to help those in our community in a positive way. Thank you for allowing me to share today.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next, Thea Sher Crement.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thea Shay Clement, address 1320 Lake Ave. This is my first rodeo, y'all.
That's
so,
okay. Take your time.
I
Take your
would never guess that I will be speaking at the City Hall. I'm the creator of a nonprofit called Little Spirit Beings, and what our goal is to support family engagement within the communities, parent and child interactions. We also want to expose our children to healthy outlets, music, art, dance, story time, gardening, whatever they have the interest in doing. We want to nurture that spirit within them. We have collabed with an organization called The Plant here in Tallahassee off West Gang Street, which provided us a place, a safe place for us to host Kids Day, to host Children's Day, so we could expose these children with these healthy outlets. So we need the city's support. We need the city's support when it comes to these small local businesses who have their feet on the ground. We are the soldiers here, and I know that supporting us, we have the opportunity to change the future. We have to start at these young children. We have to water them. We have to nurture them, because they one day will be responsible for every single one of us in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kaylee Murdoch, followed by Alex Carson.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, Kaylee Murdoch, 158 Parkbrook Circle. First of all, I just wanted to thank you all for being here and for hearing from the public. You've heard from me on this a few times now. I wanted to express my appreciation for the funding designated for the shelter, where I volunteer several days a week and see the urgent need for support that we face every day. Animal shelters across the country are facing increased numbers of animals coming in and fewer adoptions happening, meaning that more animals are staying longer in the shelter. Again, this is a nationwide problem. The welfare of these animals is at stake, and you guys have made a choice to ameliorate this situation to some degree in Tallahassee. I want to thank you for that personally as a citizen who is actively involved in the shelter, and to implore you to consider additional funding for the shelter if and when there is room in the budget as we continue to adapt to a changing shelter landscape.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Is Alex Carson, followed by Christique Henry.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alex Carson. I will not be repeating my address. I support the people's budget in Tallahassee. Money needs to be taken away from the police budget and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. We need real affordable housing in Tallahassee. We also need for the Civilian Police Review Board to have more autonomy. And we need to eventually get a Civilian Police Accountability Council in our city. City budget workshops should happen on the weekend or weeknights at a time that is accessible to working class people. The masses are the makers of history, and you will not be able to avoid the working class forever. Furthermore, it is criminal that discussion of the city budget was reduced to an agenda item rather than the workshop that was planned. In a move of incredible cowardice, our local government canceled the city budget workshop at the very last minute. This act states loud and clear what working class people already knew, which is that the City Commission exclusively represents the interests of businesses, the wealthy owning class, and FSU. Even though the city budget is funded by our tax money, this body could care less what working people have to say about the budget. Shame on you. Again, we need a people's budget in Tallahassee that actually addresses the demands of working class people.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Christique Henry, and then Lauren Perlman.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, y'all. Christique Henry, address 31, no, not that one. 2207 Pontiac Drive, South City representing. I am here to speak on behalf of support for the Council on Culture and Arts, and this is why. We talk a lot about equity, we talk a lot about access, we talk a lot about opportunity, but what we don't talk about are those organizations that don't have access, they don't have equitable opportunity to receive funding to grow their ventures that benefit the community economically, culturally, and of course, artistically. I have the blessed honor for the last 2 years of working with a bunch of community leaders, grassroots folks from the South Side, neighbors, residents, citizens, but also working with people across this city who care about the interests of Tallahassee's South Side through the work of the Soul of Southside Arts and Humanities Festival. And I will tell you that the partnership with COCA and other organizations, art-serving organizations, is critical to establishing reach that builds into economic impact, period. I also want to say I had an opportunity to serve as a panelist for some of the applications that came in that she alluded to. These are organizations, COCA is responding to the voice of the people. This is not just an ask. This is a response to the request of community serving organizations to fund and support economically impactful and artistically integral opportunities within the city. So I personally stand with COCA. I'm going to work with Dan to fundraise and raise some money if y'all don't give these people their money. And just understand that we understand the value that our local arts community brings to our entire community, and we want to make sure that economic return is understood by our elected representatives. Thank you all for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Lauren Perlman is next, followed by Dennis Houlihan.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Lauren Perlman, Fitz Lane, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311. And thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I also wanted to thank you for your leadership and support of Tallahassee Animal Services. I know how tough this year is and next year is and possibly years to come. I had emailed each of you and mentioned that in June after that meeting, from May to June, another temporary position, unfortunately, had resigned and was lost. Well, again, there was another one between June and July, this meeting. So being able to fund these positions there and staff the shelter the way you are doing is very much appreciated. They are critical positions, and it's very needed. So thank you to each of you.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker.
Dennis Houlihan, followed by Kathy Majorana.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Dennis Houlihan, and I'd rather not say my address. And I support the people's budget in Tallahassee, Florida. Money needs to be taken away from the police budget and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. I should preface this with saying that I am the son of a former NYPD police officer and homicide detective for over 20 years. And I want in every fiber of my being to believe that the police are all good and great, and to believe in the fundamental assumption that is believed in every time we talk about the police in American discourse, which is that a police does all good and no harm. When we have homelessness in Tallahassee, and yet the police take up a third of our budget, that tells you that the police at some point siphon off money that could go to these homeless people and people working class, but then it goes directly to the police. We also need a civilian police review board to have more autonomy over the police, because right now they're acting in total autonomy. We don't really have any power over them. So I believe in the Community Police Accountability Commission, CPAC, now, so that we can actually hire and fire police officers and have actual democratic oversight of the police. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Kathy Majorana, who will correct my pronunciation possibly, and followed by Victor Garcia.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Kathy Majorana, 3361 Dry Creek Drive, 32309. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking today on behalf of two organizations, COCA and Tallahassee Animal Services. As a COCA board member and chair of the grants subcommittee for the last 2 years, I would like to ask you to reconsider COCA's request for funding to support arts and cultural organizations that do not qualify to receive funding using TDT dollars, of which there are many, and you've heard from several of those organizations this afternoon. The TDD dollars COCA receives for its current grant programs are highly restricted and are not allowed to be used to support organizations that don't have a tourism component as part of their mission or marketing. This includes arts and cultural organizations that serve local neighborhoods, at-risk youth, special needs youth, adults, schools, senior programs, and more. While COCA has worked with Visit Tallahassee to further clarify how these dollars can be used to promote arts and culture, many worthy organizations are not funded due to the restrictions imposed by county statute. Further, city dollars provided also have restrictions and are not allowed to be used to fund these grants for these organizations. This year, 3 of the 4 organizations that are new to COCA's grant program and should qualify for support, sadly, will probably not receive any funding. Any consideration for funding for these kinds of organizations would be greatly appreciated and add to the quality of arts and culture in our community. As for Tallahassee Animal Services, Rocky, Harley, Forrest, Rosalie, Naomi, Sparrow, Angelina, Stewie, Caesar, Mako, Shouda, Loki, Andre, Jojo, Willie Nelson, Claire, Silky, Banks, Bernadette, Kona, and Persimmon, thank you for considering funding some of the original request. Those are the names of 20 of the more than 150 adoptable animals residing in the shelter right now, today. Without additional funding for the other full-time positions, it is likely that some of these deserving animals will be euthanized for space. Why? Because the shelter is overpopulated and understaffed. It continues to operate primarily by appointment only, with the exception of Wednesdays from 1 to 5, when it is open to the public for walkthroughs. With additional staff and resources, the shelter will have the manpower it needs to open to the public more days of the week without an appointment. As a city resident and shelter volunteer, we cannot in good conscience continue to turn potential adopters away because they don't have an appointment. The shelter staff works hard and makes unimaginable decisions about the lives of these animals every day. Let's help ease their burden by providing the resources they need to help more animals and to meet the residents' and potential adopters' desires to visit without an appointment. Many of you own a pet. Can you imagine their lives in the shelter?
You're under 30 seconds.
As a community and city, we should do everything we can to help these animals find a new home. I know you have to balance the budget, but if there's a way to provide any additional resources to the shelter, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Is Victor Garcia, followed by Don Orosio.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Victor Garcia, 2030 Bellevue Way. I support the people's budget in Tallahassee, Florida. Money needs to be taken away from the police budget and given to sectors of social service in Tallahassee. We also need affordable housing within Tallahassee. We also need for the Civilian Police Review Board to have more autonomy, and we need to eventually get a Civilian Police Accountability Council in our city. City budget workshops should happen on the weekend or weeknights at a time that is accessible to working class people. Again, we need a people's budget in Tallahassee that actually addresses the demands of working class people.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Don Orosio, followed by Ben Grant.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Donna Rossio. I'm not going to disclose my address. I've been a resident of Tallahassee for 11 years, and specifically the Lakeshore neighborhood for the last 5. Unfortunately, I have no power to vote any of you in or out, which is a shame because I'd very much like to vote some of you out. I've never been able to attend these meetings because I'm a working class individual who works over 40 hours a week, and these meetings are seemingly scheduled at this time to keep people like me from showing up. These meetings should be held in the evening or on the weekend so people like myself can come and participate. With that said, I'm disgusted at how this commission has limited public input on the city budget, which should be for and about the people, not the board's interests and not ideas of what we need. I'd actually like to thank former Mayor Commissioner Debbie Lightsey for their submission to the Florida Squeeze, because unbeknownst to me and many others here, the former budget workshops were over the span of 2 days, one for operating expenditures and one for capital budget. And today it's nothing more than a line item on the agenda. I could stand here and tell you that the South Side needs sidewalks so people in wheelchairs aren't navigating traffic with vehicles and so pedestrians are safe, that the rising cost of rent is displacing lifelong residents of the city. But instead, I'll tell you that I support a people's budget, because proposing the police gets 66.5% while housing and community resilient only gets 7% is shameful. I support a budget that decreases police funding to support social services to our fellow neighbors, a budget that actually cares about the people of Tallahassee and not just those who have financial influence. I ask that we give the CPRB more autonomy and push for a Civilian Police Accountability Council. The City of Tallahassee is not defined by its officials. It's defined by people like me who deserve a say in what my city needs and needs to prioritize, and that is a people's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ben Grant, followed by Abdulila, and I will hold off on the last name there.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ben Grant. I will not be repeating my address. I am here today to speak in favor of a people's budget in Tallahassee. Far too much of our taxpayer money goes to TPD when there's a dearth of affordable housing, and because of that, we're seeing a rise in homelessness and the potential displacement of the entire Orange Avenue apartment complex community. Instead of spending a third of our budget on TPD, including a $3 million raise from last year, we should take that money and put it towards actual social services in this city that benefit the residents, including robust public transportation, affordable housing, physical and mental health care, and also support the abortion resolution that the city just passed. I also say that I also ask that the CPRB be given more leeway and teeth to actually hold the police in this city accountable. And instead of that, we actually institute a Civilian Police Accountability Council that can actually provide real oversight over the police in the city. We need a people's budget to actually take care of the city. As others have said, it is not the elite and powerful that make this city what it is, what makes so many people proud to call this place home. It's the actual residents, it's the working class of the city, and it's those who we should support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Abdulila Skier.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Abdullah Skier. I live at 1951 North Meridian Road. I want to echo all the speakers that have been previously up here calling for a people's budget. We have, rather than spending so much money on TPD, let's move some of that money towards public transportation so that working people can get around the city without having to rely on a car. Let's put that towards public works so that we can create a more walkable city so that it's not a death trap for pedestrians and for cyclists. Let's move some of that towards other social services. I would also urge you all to do more in your capacity to support the resolution that was passed late last year supporting Floridians' right to reproductive health care, including abortion. We all see the writing on the wall that is happening at the state level with our legislature. So you all should be doing everything you can in your capacity to protect Floridians' access to abortion care. And I would like to also clarify that I'm speaking in my own personal capacity today as a resident of Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Mayor, that's the last speaker I have. There were several I called earlier who weren't present at the time.
Let's call those names again. Let's see if anybody came back in.
We'll go through them quickly. Nija Proctor, Betty Proctor, Josh Johnson, Jason Carlos, Jaden Patterson, and Donna Pearl Cotterell. That's it. Oh.
Sure, you want to speak on the budget? Absolutely. Your name and address for the record, please. Dr. Jackson, just fill out a card afterward. That'd be great.
I turned in 3, but I missed this one.
That's all right.
2 things. I wasn't going to speak now, but after listening to a lot of comments, I think there's a little education that's needed. I'm a landlord. When inflation goes up, when my costs go up, when properties are damaged, the bottom line is the rent follows a little bit. You can say, I want free housing, I want free houses, I want a free vacation, I want free education, I want lots of things. My solution has always been, if you can't pay your bills with one job, get a second job. And if that doesn't enough, then try to encourage your wife to get a job. It's not a good place to be, but wishing is not the solution. Also, I want to say I want to support the police. I want to support the budget that gives the money to the police. We've seen around this country what happens when you slice the budgets and there is no police. They don't show up because they've left. They've gone to other jobs. They've taken early retirement. It becomes a disaster, and you've seen it all around the country. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, sir? Sure. Sure. Budget relay. Come on up, and if you don't mind, just your name and address, and then fill out a card after the fact.
I didn't know y'all were doing the budget tonight.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, just fill out another one. That'd be great.
My name's Nathan Bailey, 3495 South Carnation Court. I'm here tonight because of your surcharging of county residents of water and sewer. Early had on your budget. Somebody's $100 and something bill. I have a bill here for $126 alone just for sewer. Now, the lady had a water leak, but she is being surcharged, as are your customers in the county, for water and sewer. So if somebody, you can't get under, and I'm specifically talking about Tanglewood Estates off of Bluntstown Highway, and anybody who has water and sewer through the city outside of your limits. The smallest bill you can have is $55 using no water. Y'all have a minimum charge, and now that y'all have your electric metering, I don't know the necessity of having a minimum water charge. If you can meter it and tell what someone's using, you might want to just charge them that. But the other reason I wanted to bring this up is because we're in the 32304, and y'all were recently talking about the Meadows Mobile Home Park and how they raise their rents. Y'all charge people every month 50% more. It's not a flat rate of $10 a month. It is a 50% rate. So if they use $25 worth of water, they're now having to pay $30. Sewer is figured out by the water. So if you're using that much water, that's how much sewer you have. What do we have here? Miss Robinson, $126 for her sewer. $126 just for the sewer. Her whole electric bill shouldn't be over $126. My whole electric bill for my wife and doing her laundry for all the kids barely gets around that. But anyway, so that's Miss Robinson's bill. 50% more, maybe just a flat fee. Inflation, that's the other reason I'm here. Gas, food. I have a lot of single mothers living in that neighborhood, residents, neighbors, single moms. 50% more for water, 50% more for sewer. Again, it's a 50% rate. It's not a flat rate. It's 50% on top of everything you use. It's a little ridiculous. The last time I was here talking about this, Mayor Marks was sitting up here. All of y'all are different now. I'm hoping to get a different result. I have, what is it, the three things? Stop charging it, return it to the people who have paid it. There's actually a federal law called you're not allowed to charge a border tax. If people are moving here from Georgia, you're not allowed to charge them more. Y'all shouldn't be able to charge people outside of your limits more for your electric rates. Well, your electric rates, your water, or your sewer. Return it, stop it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Excellent.
Or annex us into the city. We're surrounded by the city limits, and we're inside the capital circle. So that might be another answer. But thank you for your time.
Well, let me speak to two things. Number one, Mr. Manager, if there's one of your deputy city manager, it looks like there's some specific cases that they need some clarification. If we can make sure they have someone speak with the gentleman before we leave tonight. Let me remind you too, Madam Attorney, I'm looking at you. We would love and welcome the neighborhood to annex into the city. It is a voluntary annexation on behalf of the neighborhood. We cannot go and force the neighborhood to annex in.
I've heard that before, yes.
So if the neighborhood is interested, we would love to have them as part of the city family, and we will be more than happy to outreach and talk to them about that process. But we cannot force a neighborhood to annex in, but we would welcome the neighborhood if they want to annex in.
Thank you. But that 50% rate takes away any county benefits you have for not living in the city.
So
it's supposed to be cheaper to live in the county, and if you're charging somebody $40 to $50 every month, that's $600 a year. That's more than my property tax on the property.
So, sir, I have a couple of assistant city managers that would be more than happy. I see Dr. Jumbaville raising her hand in the back. It sounds like there's specific questions on those bills, and we'll be more than happy to walk you through them tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, please don't forget to fill out a card for the record. Okay.
Mayor, I have a card. He'd marked it for 16. We'll just apply it
We'll
to the
just
budget
add it
item,
on.
and we'll be
Okay.
good to go.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to bring to your attention, I don't think that staff can talk to him about someone's electric bill. So if it's his, yes. If not, it may not be possible for her to talk to you about.
We'll let Dr. Jumonville figure out if he's the appropriate signature on the account. But you're right.
Mayor and Commissioners, if I could add, Commissioner Richardson, you're right. Obviously, the accounts are personal. You know, he sounds like the landlord, and he may need to fix a leak. That sounds like a leak. Our folks can help identify that. So they'll connect with him, and he may need to fix a leak if he's the property owner. And that'll help with that bill.
Okay. Do we have anybody else here that'd like to speak on the budget? Yes, ma'am. Come forward, your name and address for the record, please. And if you haven't had a chance to fill out a card yet, please fill out a card.
Good evening, Tiffany Hill, address 1401 Lola Drive, here in Tallahassee Southside. I just wanted to address the affordable housing. I filled out a card for something else, but when this came up, it was very interesting to me. I think that with affordable housing, we have to look at, HUD has a lot of programs for affordable housing that can help those that can't really afford the prices that are out there right now. So HUD has a home buying assistance program, but in order for us to get it, the housing authority has to be the one, the PHA, Public Housing Authority, has to be the one to accept the program to assist people to get housing. You know, especially those who take vouchers, they're able to utilize certain particular vouchers to go and help assist them in buying a home. And so another thing I want to say is that public housing, it's sad that, you know, it's going away, because public housing actually helps families that are disabled families who are receiving checks like $753. And it allows for their family member who don't want to put their parent or their grandmother or their aunts in an assisted living facility that is overcrowded, and the workers are really worn out there. So it allows them to come and live with that particular family member, so that, you know, they're not looking at that person as they're sacrificing their time and their, you know, own life to take care of their family member. They don't look at their income. They only look at that person's income, the disabled person. So there's nowhere in this city that offers a program like that. You know, I believe that if there was something that you all can do to reestablish a better public housing system, especially for those who are elderly and are disabled, I believe that will help out a lot. When you talk about affordable housing, affordable for who? What generation of people, or what demographic of people are you really looking at when you say affordable housing? So we have to really go to the drawing board. We have to start bringing citizens who live in those areas, or who's standing up here time after time after time in meetings, bring them to the table, because I think I have a very innovative mind. And not only am I bringing a problem, I'm trying to bring a solution. So it's just up to you all to say, come on, let's sit to the table and see what you got, and see if we can start a new program or do something that would keep elderly people or disabled people from overflooding the assisted living facilities.
You have about 20 seconds.
So I just want you just to think on that, and let's go to the drawing board. Let's make it happen. There are people that can't afford housing if they have that assisted, and public housing it really does help families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other speakers, Mr. Clerk?
None that I have. I have some
Okay.
unagendaed, but not on this item.
Okay, so we are on 13.07, taking in public comment. Let's turn it over for discussion, action. Colleagues?
Mr. Mayor, I would move staff recommendation on option number 1, A through D.
Okay, there is a motion on the table by the Mayor Pro Tem to begin discussion for options number 1, A through D. Is there a second to the motion? I'll second it for discussion. Let's open it up. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you're recognized.
I was seconding the motion,
Oh, okay.
but go ahead. I don't have any comments.
All right. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question, Mr. City Manager, I was curious of why the budget workshop was canceled. We said the City Commission votes for a set schedule for the entire year when we expect to host meetings. So I was wondering how that decision was made and what went into the consideration for it.
Sure, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a tentative placeholder. That's how it was listed on the calendar. It was for today. At the last budget workshop, it was noticed that today would be the discussion. It did not indicate a 1 p.m. workshop. It indicated today. We certainly heard your comments prior to the June 8th meeting that we wanted to move the meeting later in the day. We did that at the Smith-Williams Center. And in the spirit of that, we moved this to later in the day. There was no change in the content. You heard the same content. And so it was bundled with this time to push the time of discussion later in the day.
Okay.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
You know, for me, and that was your decision, Mr. City Manager, or the mayor's decision?
No, ultimately, that was my decision that we could accommodate it in the time of this meeting.
Okay. My preference would be that the City Commission stick to the schedule that it sets unless there's further direction given. Because we've created a lot of confusion and uncertainty based on a schedule that we've had out for over a year to, at the last minute, move the time of a meeting. And if people were looking weeks out and anticipating attending, we should stick to that. A couple other things just on the agenda that I wanted to address. Well, first, let me thank all the speakers who came out today. I mean, I think we hear a clear trend on affordable housing and where we're going, and that need really skyrocketing, especially over the last couple of years. I agree with the speakers that say we need to invest more in public housing. It's the last line of resort. When we're not the most successful programs we have for low-income individuals has been public housing. You know, I lived in public housing as a child, and when we take away some of these safety nets, we see homelessness increase. We see some of the other issues in town increase, and we recognize that at a certain dollar amount wage level, there isn't a market solution for some of those items. So I would like us to lean into that conversation more in the future. Secondly, you know, every year we have a conversation about raising the minimum wage for city workers. Currently, the minimum wage for city workers is $10 an hour. I believe that that wage should be raised. You know, we always have these conversations, and we say we're talking about seasonal workers or, you know, youth employees. I was recently at a city-hosted event and speaking with the staff that was cleaning up after the event. I asked, you know, how much money do you make? About $10.50 an hour. How long have you worked for the city? Over a decade. Is this just a part-time fun job for you, or do you rely on this money to pay your bills? I rely on this money to pay my bill. So I think we always spin this narrative of the minimum wage and who's receiving it. That's inconsistent with what employees are experiencing. I want to thank the city manager. He provided a list of all employees and the time they've served in the city of Tallahassee, as well as their wage. And I hope we'd all take an opportunity to review that so we can look to helping the lowest paid employees. I think we can do better than a state minimum wage that hasn't increased. First time it's increased, and I don't know my lifetime. So let's see what we could do there. So, and lastly, on the agenda items up for consideration, I 100% support the $10,000 increase for St. Francis. Every city department budget is absorbing cost of inflation, the cost of increased pressure as we maintain our millage rate, which increases our budget. We have to look to those services as well. I think it's a modest increase for a very valuable service. And then again, and then in closing, on COCA funding. The arts, well, first let's back up. This isn't COCA funding, right? This is funding for the arts in our community. COCA would just be the agency in charge with distributing it. We heard from a lot of arts organizations today that aren't eligible for other grant type programs, whether it's educational programs or smaller programs in our community. You know, this is funding that we used to provide as a city, which had a 100% reduction. So this would be going back to see, are we a city that values the arts? Are we a city that invests in arts and culture? And if we want to be that type of city, if we want to see more artists come to our community, if we want to see that drive tourism to our community, we have to invest at the ground level. And if we do that, there's huge potential in leveraging opportunities to bring more money for arts and culture into our community. If we take that first step and say Tallahassee is a city that values the arts, it does want to invest in it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to thank all of the speakers for coming out today and for being engaged in this process. And I do, too, also want to thank staff. I mean, I know everything is incredibly tight, and I appreciate you hearing our feedback and residents' feedback about our priorities. I want to reiterate a little bit of what Commissioner Matlow said. I don't know what it looks like for us to include COCA and St. Francis Wildlife, but especially COCA, even if not at that full ask, to some extent, want to see how we can make that work. I think that is a priority. I know that is a priority in this community. It is a priority for me. It has benefits that are beyond tourism, and I recognize what we see in the increase in the TDT funding. I do want to comment as well that regardless of what happens in this budget, I want to see us increase or go back to the level of funding that that COCA was receiving before the increase in the TDT tax. So those are some of my thoughts. I think we've made a lot of progress on this budget since it first came to us, and a lot of meaningful community input. But I do agree. I think that it's not an easy process to go through. No one will care about this, but I wrote my master's thesis on budgeting processes and community engagement. Probably 5 people have read it, which is why I left academia. But it's, government, local government, it's a bureaucracy. It's not, there's a lot of red tape. Some of that is for good reason. Some of that stands in the way of input. I think there's a lot of ways that we can improve the way that we gather input. When we're talking about our budgets and what we kind of are discussing, or I don't want to say fighting over, it's such a small piece of the pie. There's so much that goes on. And I want to see us improve that. And I think that I hear you, and I want to do what I can to engage the community to the largest extent possible. And I'm grateful and proud of the progress that we are making, but I agree with the comments that I don't know if our budget does totally reflect the priorities and needs of this community from what I see, and I think we have a long way to go, but I think that we can get there, and I'm grateful for the improvements that we've made in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, I'll give you the second to the motion and comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. A question to the city manager. Can you explain to us what funding the city currently provides to COCA?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think Robert shared, I think I can highlight it again. Pull in the county funding as well. Obviously, it's a mixture of local funding. We've talked a lot about the TDT, which is tied to tourism. Good news is, I think we all were concerned that revenue stream would be down. It appears to be up, which will generate more money. But the city and the county for the last many years each have given COCA $150,000. In addition, so that totals $300,000. In addition, the city provides $42,000, if I'm not mistaken, for COCA to curate City Hall as a art exhibit, which is fantastic for the public, and we appreciate it, and they've done a great job. I will say, Mr. Mayor, and this is not the question, but if probably the appropriate time to offer the comment. One of the speakers talked about the restriction on the dollars of the money that the city provides. I think those restrictions are little, if any. I didn't understand there to be restrictions, but I would say that if I was doing it, I think there's accounting opportunity. There is administrative opportunity in the TDT dollar stream, and certainly to the extent that the dollars aren't able to be funded, I would look at being creative in how I account for the dollars to free up. I think that what we've heard is more dollars will be available, but the restrictions may be controlling. There may be an opportunity there to manage that through an accounting treatment.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. And I've had some conversations over the past couple of days with my good friend and colleague, the executive director of COCA, and I've explained to her that our budget is very, very tight. But I also have offered some potential solutions. One, we explored yesterday that due to Florida statutes, we could not do. But there are also opportunities for, as she has shared with me, that some of the local facings are African American organizations that are needing art support. There's if it's happening within a CRA, there's an opportunity for those organizations to also receive funding from the CRAs if they were to apply. So I'm hoping that COCA will help steer them in that direction and help them do what they need to do to be able to apply for any available funding. There's $1.8 million that seems to be floating around in the air. We can't seem to land yet. That the Frenchtown Southside CRA has in hand, that they're getting ready to provide some guidance after the break on what can be done. So for those organizations who may not be able to get funding through COCA, there may be an opportunity to get it through applying for some CRA dollars. So I wanted to kind of put that out there that, in these times we're having to find resources wherever we can find them to try to make things work in our community. And I wanted to also move on to another item that I've been working on with some community folk. Many of you know that Congresswoman Carrie Pittman-Meek is a native of Tallahassee, growing up over near Florida A&M University. Her family, we joined with her family to unveil a marker where
Commissioner Williams-Cox, you want to hold off till the sharing of ideas for this?
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, but
I've gone from art to other things in the community because I'm focused on what our community can do to deal with this shortfall. And it is a shortfall. When you're having to decide between art programming and animal shelters and other things in our community, it is it's heart-wrenching. But we have to make some hard decisions. And so I'm trying to find and offer some additional solutions that we could possibly look at for other funding sources to be able to still deliver what is needed in our community. So I'm asking that if indeed we're not able to find the additional dollars, because the city manager just told us we got $192,000 that we've been providing to COCA for a number of years. If we're not able to do that, then let's look at another source of funding in our community, which could potentially be CRA for those organizations. I understand COCA couldn't do it, but those other organizations could possibly do it. Thank you. I'm reading my notes and went on to my next thing. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. We'll definitely come back to you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I first of all want to say, I certainly recognize the situation that COCA is in, but what we have to realize is that we are required by state law to have a balanced budget at the end of the fiscal year. Now, it's easy for us to sit here and I would love to give everybody everything that they've asked for. All of the organizations that ask for money through the Parks and Rec Committee, they got 84%. I would love for them to have gotten 100%, because even with them, with getting 84%, something may have to give. But we can't fund every request that we get. I think staff has done a phenomenal job of balancing this budget with the funds that we have. But we have to have a balanced budget at the end of the year, the fiscal year. Again, I wish we could fund all of the arts organizations. Kathleen, I would love for us to do that, but there are limitations. And we have shown our support for the arts community. You heard some of the criteria of the organizations that got the assistance through Parks and Rec. They asked for, some of the criteria were that those organizations address arts and culture in our community. We spend over about $2 million or a little over $2 million a year in our CHSP program. Some of those organizations are arts and cultural organizations. So we certainly have shown our support for arts and culture in our community in other ways other than just the funding for COCA. COCA is our major arts organization in the community, but we have shown our commitment in those ways as well. So I think, to be a responsible public servant, you can't just say we can support everything. We can fund everything, because we can't. We don't do public housing. There is not one municipality in the state of Florida that provides public housing. We partner with organizations that provide public housing. But the City of Tallahassee does not provide public housing. And I think that has been one of our top priorities, second only to public safety in the City of Tallahassee. You heard in the presentation earlier, I can't remember the number, Mr. City Manager, how many affordable housing units?
1,900.
1,900 affordable housing units that we have in this community. I serve on the board of the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium, where we are looking into expanding affordable housing opportunities for individuals in our community, that housing that they can afford based on their income level. That's what's affordable, what they can afford based on their income level, and we are committed to doing that. We have worked with Habitat for Humanity, and I would encourage any of you all who have some free time to volunteer with Habitat to help build those homes so that they can be affordable for individuals in our community. So there are initiatives that we've taken. We've changed city policies to let abandoned or vacant hotels or motels be turned into, or office complexes, as the example with Winewood, into affordable housing opportunities. So yeah, we care. I live on the south side of town. I've been there for 30 years as a South Side resident. One of my neighbors was a Section 8 recipient. I talk to my neighbors all the time about what it is they need. And the reason I'm sitting here is because in all that time I lived on the south side of town, I recognized that we needed sidewalks because we had mothers pushing baby carriages in the middle of the street.
You have the...
I know I do. I know I do. So, I would love to see us do all of that. But as a city, we have consciously kept our millage rate at 4.1 so that we don't overtax our property owners. and still try to provide quality, efficient services for our citizens. And we're doing that. And so, Mr. Mayor, you know, I could say that we want to fund everything that's come before us. Unfortunately, we can't. And I think that in years to come, we will look at restoring that funding, but based on where we are now economically, we have to tighten our belts somewhere and balance that budget as is required by state law at the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor Pro Tem has made the motion for staff recommendation, which is option number 1, A through D. It's been seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. I'll weigh in and say I'm going to support the motion on the table for tonight. This is the next step in the budget process. I'm still committed to continuously working with COCA and St. Francis to see what we can do, and we'll continue to do so. I agree with you as well, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that we have established our priorities here at the City of Tallahassee, and we will continue to work towards those goals. So the motion on the table, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, just a second. Did you have a question before?
Yes, I wanted to clarify the motion.
Sure, Commissioner Porter.
I just wanted to clarify whether or not the motion includes whether the next item, that the next budget that's brought to us will include options, whether we want to fund COCA at some level or St. Francis Wildlife at some level, and what that would look like. Just because you said, you know, we're keeping it open, we're going to see, I was wondering, I just wanted to clarify.
Sure, Mr. Manager, it is my interpretation that this will be the proposed balanced budget that goes to the public for their to digest, and then we will still have 2 more opportunities for public comment. But this is the proposed balanced budget for fiscal year
Yes, sir.
22, 23. Go ahead.
It's a good opportunity, good clarity. And so you've heard the words public hearings. So there'll be public hearings. That's an official thing that will happen in September, 2 of which, so they will be a reflection of your vote tonight. Now, of course, there is an opportunity still for you to take public comment. That's the purpose of the public hearing. Make any adjustments that you wish to adjust. Tonight, you're establishing your millage rate. That's not changeable at that point. The public will have been notified of that. And of course, you still have to end on a balanced budget. And so what will be presented in the agenda items will be a reflection of what you take action on tonight. That is then official and final upon the second public hearing.
Commissioner Porter and then Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would entertain an amendment directing staff to provide an option for what $100,000 of COCA funding would look like in our next, at our next meeting. Okay.
Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the clarification, Mr. City Manager. So what we're voting on tonight is the budget that the City Commission is proposing to be finalized and sent out to public hearing. The motion today is the City Commission recommending a budget that does not include funding for the arts and does not include the additional funding for St. Francis. I recognize there's opportunity to make changes in the public hearing, but after several budget workshops, this is the opportunity when the City Commission says, these are our priorities, these are what we want in the budget, and we're bringing a final product to the community and giving them, as required, 2 public hearings to weigh in. The public hearing is not the time to make changes on the fly, right? Today's the time to set our priorities and say what we want to come back in that budget. So I can't support a budget this year right now as is that doesn't include funding for the arts and for St. Francis. I think those are important priorities that I would like to see included. So I would recommend we make a budget recommendation, have it come back for public hearing that does include funding for COCA, that does include funding for St. Francis. And then if there is significant public backlash for those being included, we can make reductions during a public hearing. So I will make a substitute motion to support the arts and bring back a budget for public hearing that includes funding for COCA and St. Francis.
Second.
So there's a motion on the table for a substitute, a substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter, to include the COCA funding and St. Francis funding into the proposed budget. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, let me just be clear. I think it's clear, but to include actual dollars. So in the recommended budget that's in front of you today, it includes $30,000 for St. Francis and $192,000 for COCA. That's in there. That's included. I don't want. I think the confusion could be there's $0 in there. We understand the distinction.
Sure. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you want to weigh in?
That's what I wanted to that's what I wanted to get clarification on. I don't want it to be said that we're not supporting the arts, because that is not true. There's almost $200,000 in this budget to support the arts, as well as money for St. Francis Wildlife. And just know that keeping the millage rate at 4.1 and also trying to spread everything around wherever, all these different places, when you say do this, it has to come from somewhere. And so I cannot support a budget that just says, let's just put this in here and let's see what happens. I think we need to be responsible, and if we're going to say that we're going to put it in there, then we need to identify where it needs to come from. Where do you want to take it from? What are you willing to give up for this? So I need to know that before I can support just putting something in there and seeing what happens.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Williams-Cox. As far as the arts funding, this is for direct funding to arts organizations that aren't eligible and don't create hotel room stay. So it is something that we're not offering as a city right now. I'm very appreciative of the money that goes to COCA, as well as the tourist grants that they're able to administer. But at the end of the day, this is directly to the arts community, and that's what we're talking about. As far as St. Francis, I think if they can't hit their monetary commitments to respond to the calls, we're going to start getting them as a city. People are going to start calling the police department, the fire department, or anybody they can for help, and they're going to call the city. They're going to call the county. So as long as they're providing those services and they're experiencing the same budget pressures that we are, I don't think it's an unreasonable request to ask. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more point. She mentioned funding sources. I wouldn't tie the city manager's hands of where to identify a few $100,000, but over the course of a year, we'll make several $1 million in budget adjustments throughout the year. We're not talking about a huge budget commitment. We're talking about something very much on the margins in a $990 million budget. So, I mean, whether it comes from looking at other reductions or looking at federal dollars that we still have available to us, millions of dollars that are going into future budget years, we could reallocate that now. What we're seeing is pretty positive trends and projections, both in sales tax and other revenues. We can't know what tomorrow will bring. We always have to be cautious, but I do think within our budgetary constraints today, it's not outlandish to be able to come up with $300,000. It's not $10 million. It's not $20 million. It's not a grand thing we're trying to do. We're just trying to close the gap for one of the valuable things in our community, and that's our artists. And if we turn our backs on our artists and they move to other cities that are more appropriate, that costs us again in the long run. It costs us in tourism dollars. The artists that mastered their craft and become at a level where they can bring tourism dollars into our community, we have to invest in that if it's important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, on point.
Hold on just a second, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I got the Mayor Pro Tem on point, then I'll come to you.
I want to emphasize the fact, Commissioner Matlow, that we are not turning our back on our artists or our arts community. This community, this commission has made a commitment to supporting art and artists in our community. The mayor and I were just at a KCCI event earlier this morning, emphasizing music on our trail, the St. Mark's Trail that comes through FAMU Way. Just this morning, we were there supporting that kind of amenity in our community. The art boxes. I mean, there are lots of examples of where we have supported artists and arts in our community. To say that we have turned our backs on our artists, that is ingenuous, Commissioner Matlow, and I wish you wouldn't use words like that, because I have personally even, my wife and I, my family have supported the arts in our community through our donations, through our participation, and I can tell you in the years that I have been on this commission, that has been one of our priorities, is to support artists and arts in our community. We have not ever turned our backs on them.
Okay, on point, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Okay, on point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to kind of touch on that same that same nerve right there. I have been talking to Kathleen, and I've been talking to others, trying to find a way to make it all work. And I still believe that whether we give the money directly to COCA or we give it to the organization or the programming that COCA is trying to support through another resource, we are still delivering to our community what we're saying we want to deliver to our community to support artists and to support art programs. And from what Kathleen has told me, these are for organizations that are local facing and African American organizations. I just ask that we think big and think creative. We have money available in a CRA, $1.8 million that we need to put into our community. Let's figure out a way. If COCA can't use it because they statutorily cannot do it, let's figure out a way for these organizations to get access to those resources to deliver this programming to our community. It doesn't have to, there's no hard and fast rule that says it has to come from the already tight city budget. It can come from another pot of funding. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to provide some comment, and then we'll take a vote first on the substitute motion and then on the original motion. I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox. I have my own thoughts as well. I do think that we can get there with the resources with the arts community. However, by just adding $300,000 into the budget tonight without knowing how that impacts, and I agree, with a $1 billion budget, $300,000 is small, but it will still have an impact. So the question is, how does it impact? And I do want to take another look at this, and I do want to digest this. And yes, we do have the opportunity still at 2 public hearings coming up, if we wanted to make adjustments. We do need to take action, though, because by law, we have to mail out to the residents of the city of Tallahassee what the proposed millage rate is. So that's why tonight is so important that we do have some type of action so that the citizens are properly informed on what is the proposed millage rate. So I am going to support the original motion on the table. And like I said, take a deep breath, look at it over the recess, moving back into September to see how we can positively impact, and I think that we can get there. And that's where I'm going to be tonight. So we first have the substitute motion on the table that was made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any other questions or comments on the substitute motion that's on the table? Seeing none. All those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
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 So that is, Commissioner Williams-Cox, are you in favor or are you voting against?
Opposing.
Okay.
Opposing.
So the substitute motion fails 2-3 with the mayor pro tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. Okay, I got that right. We are now back on the original motion, which is staff recommendation for option number 1, A through D, made by the mayor pro tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Yes,
Just
sir.
for comment.
Yeah, Commissioner Matlow for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to support this motion to move forward with the budget. But after it to come back to make a motion for a standalone item to consider the COCA funding when it comes back. So that way we can move the budget forward and still be prepared to make a decision on the arts funding.
I'll come to you after this motion. Any other comment? Okay, motion on the table is for staff recommendation A through D. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And she's in favor. So it passes 5-0. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I'm assuming since you seconded the motion that that was a vote in favor.
Just time lapsed.
That was a vote in favor.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Matlow, I tell you, it's relevant. Let's go ahead.
Sure. So I'll make a motion that we bring back an agenda item in tandem or before with the budget public hearing to consider $300,000 in funding for COCA to administer grants to arts organizations and $10,000 additional funding for St. Francis.
Second.
Okay, motion and second on the table by Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter. Are y'all in line with the motion on the table?
Yes, sir. May I provide clarity of how that will work in your structure? So that would be a policy item we would bring back. It would proceed. We'd put it early in the agenda, so ideally it proceeds 6 o'clock hour. So it wouldn't be coupled with the budget item itself. It'd be in the policy section.
Right. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, that is all the business before the City Commission this evening. We are now on citizen input on unagendaed items. Citizen input on unagendaed items. If you are here to speak on something that was not agendaed, now is the time. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
About 10 to 15.
Okay, let's start.
First is Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, good to see you. Thanks for sticking around. Name and address for the record. Hold on, I tell you what, just a second. Do we need a 5-minute break? Okay.
Either way.
Good.
You good?
I'll take a break, but
Either way.
Let's just keep rolling then.
Okay.
Let's keep rolling, okay?
Let's roll. Let's go.
I don't want it.
Dr. Jackson, your name and address for the record, please. And colleagues, if you need to excuse yourself, please.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. Commissioners, a few years ago, I was up here talking to Mayor John Marks, and I was asking him questions about why his wife was using a city credit card to take her friends out to the Governor's Club for a little party. The mayor got really upset. A couple weeks later, lo and behold, they had installed a kill switch. So when a citizen was speaking, they could silence my voice. I didn't appreciate that. We got that worked out. Later, I came up here. I had some ink pens that I passed out to the City Commission and had a little saying on there. Something about Erwin Jackson and watching shining a light on corruption. I passed them out as part of my presentation, and those damn pens were absconded. Well, I came up here last week, 2 weeks ago, and I had shirts like this one, which is part of my presentation. I can speak, and I can also give you a shirt. I can put it in writing. I can write it on the back of a banana if I want. If it ties into my presentation, I have that right to do that. Well, I was disappointed. Mr. Cook, as I was speaking, he got up and he absconded with all my T-shirts. I bought and paid for them. I didn't appreciate it. So we've had discussions and emails, and lo and behold, Mr. Cook, at my request, found 5 of the 6 T-shirts, gave them back to me. I asked him where the 6th one is, and he told me it was lost. I told him, well, if you're going to abscond with my merchandise and you lose it, you need to pay for it. After a while, he agreed with that and sent me a check, and I appreciate that. So I'm square. I gave the shirts up there to him. Now, have you passed them out yet, Mr. Cook, or do I need to?
I have not passed them out. I'll take the mayor's direction.
Pardon?
Yeah, pass them out. If
Oh, absolutely. Otherwise, I have to. I mean, we try to do it. I mean, that's part of my presentation. I'm making a presentation. You don't even have, a copy of it. And if you like the shirt, fine. If you don't like the shirt, you can certainly donate it. They're really popular. I've had 48 people contacting me asking for a copy of this. I didn't know it was a money-making opportunity. The last thing, seriously, I do want to say, because I am serious, the citizen has to have the right to speak, and we shouldn't have any employee or commissioner interfere with my 3 minutes or anyone else's 3 minutes. And a final thing, I think that Scott Maddox is smiling big from his prison cell tonight. Number one, I think he'll come back and be a media consultant for a few years, move right into a lobbyist, and I'll be calling the FBI again shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker.
Delilah Pierre. And then Brentley White.
Name and address for the record, please.
Delilah Pierre, not giving my address. First and foremost, I do want to thank Commissioners Matlow and Commissioners Porter for actually responding to people's comments and thoughts about the budget, and specifically having like that conversation and supporting specifically, you know, like motions to make sure that people have access to these budget meetings, that working class people can come out to these budget meetings. That's definitely a conversation we need to have. I'm not going to be speaking on that, though. I'm going to be speaking specifically about the abortion resolution that y'all passed. Even though, you know, you're all supposedly Democrats, an abortion resolution in Tallahassee only passed by 3-2, with y'all being more worried and concerned about the conservatives who do not represent the majority of America and certainly do not represent the majority of Tallahassee. And so both Curtis Richardson and Diane Williams-Cox cowardly voted against this abortion resolution, even though they claim abortion rights and reproductive rights in Tallahassee. Thankfully, that abortion resolution did pass, and it does exist in Tallahassee. So now, with Roe v. Wade being basically destroyed, we live in Florida, Ron DeSantis' state, we know full well that the end of abortion and reproductive rights for people in Florida is coming, that there's going to be greater and greater restrictions to non-men, to women who are poor and who need access to abortions or need access to reproductive health care, who need sexual health care lessons. You know, we always have this conversation about, oh, well, you know, if you don't want to have a baby, just don't have sex. Well, why aren't there any reproductive health courses in Tallahassee? Why is there no education or legislation surrounding sexual health? And so I say that we need to reallocate money to reproductive health care in Tallahassee. We need to stop the Tallahassee Police Department and the Leon County Sheriff's Office from prosecuting people for seeking abortion access and care. And we need to provide more sexual health education. We need to prevent abortion and reproductive rights clinics from being attacked or stripped of funding, especially a place like Planned Parenthood. It's honestly really important to me personally, because it's pretty much the only place in this city that has real accessible care for hormone replacement therapy with doctors that will actually treat you with human respect. We need the protection of access to contraceptives, especially in Tallahassee, and in preparation for possible future Supreme Court decisions, the city and county should commit to opening an emergencies women's clinic if and when current centers are closed. Again, city budget funding should be reallocated not just to affordable housing and other necessary services, but also to abortion access and reproductive health care. And this should be trans inclusive and gender inclusive of non-men who can get pregnant. Or men who can get pregnant. I also just wanted to say, you know what I mean, like, don't just go ahead with this resolution to look good. Really try to turn this into actionable policy. I'm not a part of the city commission, so I can't be sure what part of this can be turned into real policy, what part of this can be actually used to change things in Tallahassee. But I know full well that you do have power, because you can take you and your little friends out for lunch on the town, on the people's money anytime you want, and you can corruptly sneak different members of your commission into positions, and you can add multiple positions underneath the city manager position for city assistant and take more and more power away from city commissioners. And our city manager can even apparently cancel meetings without informing the entirety of the city commission about what's happening. So I think that you do have power to change this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brentley White, followed by Victor Garcia. Sorry, Wright, not White.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Renee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would rather not say my address. I basically came up here to advocate for more accessible public transportation and advocate for more accessibility, particularly in reference to public transportation and sidewalks. It's interesting, I had no affiliation with them. I didn't know that they were saying that, but I tend to agree with at least some of that sentiment. Going to you, Commissioner Porter, you mentioned a goal of reducing dependence on vehicles, but that we don't get there by keeping an orientation towards gas vehicles. Currently on, I believe, at least 2 major roads, Old Bainbridge, also on Monroe, they lack sidewalks. And this is particularly useful and helpful to people who need to go and stay in their community because they either lack transportation or they lack certain funds to get to those places. It allows them to transport themselves and promote independence and financial mobility. So it's going to allow them to go to these stores like such as Walmart, such as these local pharmacies that they actually would need access to. In addition to that, I'm confident that by producing or including public transportation like Star Metro, extending those times and those routes would also promote excuse me, promote economic inequality. So it will reduce that economic inequality that we see within the city. There's a clear, distinct difference when I'm on Monroe versus when I'm on Thomasville Road. The roads just look really nice. They have a beautiful neighborhood, obviously, but there seems to be some infrastructure that is lacking to me. I'm a huge proponent of that just because I believe that it can allow people to pull themselves up, allow them to get to where they need to be, complete their task, and go back home to where they need to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Victor Garcia, and then Tiffany Hill.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Victor Garcia, 2030 Bellevue Way. Hi, my name is Victor Garcia, and I support the people's budget and the abortion resolution in Tallahassee, Florida. We need to turn that abortion resolution into an abortion ordinance. Local politicians need to support Florida's citizens' right to an abortion. We need to reallocate money to reproductive health care, stop TPD and LCSO from prosecuting people for seeking abortion access and care, and provide more sexual health education. We need to prevent abortion and reproductive rights clinics from being attacked or stripped of funding. We also need protection of access to contraceptives as part of reproductive health care access. In preparation for possible future Supreme Court decisions, the city and county should commit to opening an emergency women's clinic if/when current centers close. We need protection of access to contraceptives as part of reproductive health care access. City budget funding should not just be reallocated to affordable housing and other necessary services, but also to abortion access and reproductive care. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Tiffany Hill. She'll be followed by Shelby Green.
Hill, your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tiffany Hill. I reside at 1401 Lola Drive here in Tallahassee on the south side. Today I am making you all aware that I am a retired Army veteran. I'm presenting in reference to the English property PUD. And there are over 164,000 female veterans here in the Sunshine State, according to FloridaVets.org website. Florida has the second female veteran population in the nation. When we think of war, how many of us think of women being in war? Well, I can tell you there are plenty, with myself being one who has served in Operation Desert Storm. I'm a member of the Women Vets Unite group with over 100 plus female veteran members. We are not invisible. So I stand here before you today in hopes of your support of a proposal for land acquisition to create a women's veteran historical trail park with minimum destruction of the English Forest National Habitat and to protect the aquifer beneath it. Creating this park would leave a legacy for the English family, fits within the community considering the VA clinic across the street from it, and provide women veterans historical education to the future generation of Tallahassee. So I know that there has been talk about what to do with, it's technically their decision what they want to happen with their property. But I'm hoping that with your support and with speaking with them, that they would consider it being something that can save part of the forest, and it can also create a way that veterans can go and have some type of peace. Not all of us want to be in an overcrowded city. More crammed in communities, bring in, of course, more families, but I don't know if you've seen the previous news ad, the news report that talked about veterans and PTSD with fireworks and things like that. And so right now on the south side, that forest is so peaceful. If you walk down that street, it's very peaceful. And that's what veterans like myself appreciate. I myself have PTSD. I myself do not like hearing the fireworks. And so I have to adjust to all of that. So the more that you're tearing down trees and opening up all of that, the less we have a sound barrier. I stay on the other side of Rickers High School, and since they put the stadium, that's enough noise as it is. But to put something there that can be preserved as a historical mark, especially for women veterans, we deserve something that shows that this state, which is a veteran-friendly state,
You're at 3 minutes.
can really, show us that we see you. You are not invisible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Next is Shelby Green, followed by Dennis Houlihan.
Your name and address for the record, please.
I'm sure you're familiar with it by now, but my name is Shelby Green and my address is 519 Ingleside Avenue. I have 4 items, so I'll try to be brief. The first one is I encourage the city to look at its reproductive health care ordinance and try to strengthen it. Right now, any city worker, to my belief, that is working less than 30 hours a week does not have access to the city's health care benefits. So I think that is something that the city can actually do, is to provide health care benefits to these workers to strengthen the sentiments around the reproductive health care resolution. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is I recently went to the Griffin Heights Neighborhood Association, and the residents asked me to share one of their biggest concerns, which is they're upset about the lack of progress with the grocery store on Alabama Street. They said in the past 2 years, the property has been purchased by OEV and then given to the city, but the progress has stopped there. They've expressed desires for neighborhood-driven effort, but right now it's being driven by staff, so they would like to see more movement on this item that is especially talked about a lot during campaign forums, but there's not actually progress on it. The third thing is I was unhappy with the delayed publishing of the city commission meetings. The meeting minutes for January to March 9th weren't uploaded until late June, and that was after I complained online. So I would like to see the city do a better job in actually publishing meeting minutes. It's hard to follow what the city is doing if there's no meeting minutes online. And within the city charter, it says that it's supposed to be updated at a reasonable amount of time. That's not a reasonable amount of time to me. The last thing I wanted to touch on is I wanted to encourage the city to explore a public-private partnership with Amazon. The city mentioned previously that they were going to provide transportation to Amazon. Then recently the city backtracked on that and said they're not going to do that because that is part of Leon County's jurisdiction. However, we have flex service for Lake Jackson, and Amazon has publicly stated that they would like to promote sustainability in the neighborhoods that they work in. So I think that there is opportunity for a public-private partnership between the city, the county, and Amazon, so that at the very least there is a direct shuttle bus between the city and Amazon so that people can have access to these $18 an hour jobs, and there's 1,000 of them that are going to the workforce. So I would like to see those changes to the city. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Dennis Houlihan. No Dennis Houlihan. Then next is Jacob Muldoon. Be followed by Asia Kravitz.
Your name and address, please, for the record.
Jacob Muldoon, and no address. And just, I have something to say about the abortion ordinance, but also I just want to kind of give a critique. But I really think that there should be better outreach for these kinds of meetings. I know that we had the snafu with the one getting canceled today, but I really think that more people need to be knowing about these meetings, not just on the city website, but it should be posted on where people are going. So like Instagram, Twitter, try to make it more accessible for people that are like not looking at the city website all the time. But yeah, I just want to say that I support the abortion ordinance that y'all passed last year. But I really should be, the abortion resolution, but it should be actually have teeth, and I really want you guys to explore how you guys can protect reproductive rights in the city. I think that, like I said before, the police are getting way too much of our budget, and that should go to, among other things, healthcare. But then also, with these cultural issues, we're seeing this divide between what y'all are doing and what the police are doing in the streets. During 2020, we saw you guys do these performative stuff happening on Gain Street and the Black Lives Matter Square. And some of the people that are actually that presented today were among the members that got arrested by TPD that were Black Lives Matter protesters. So when it comes to these issues like abortion rights and the upcoming crusade against LGBTQ rights, I really want you guys to refrain from being performative and actually help us, because the cops have shown time and time again that they, no matter what you guys are gonna say, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. And as the state legislature continues to clamp down on our rights, that you guys just need to be prepared to fight back and stand up for us, because we're the ones that are getting you guys in these seats. And it's really, really, really scary, the situation that we're coming into. I don't wanna get all worked up. I just see the moment for what it is. Act accordingly, do something, please. Like, just do something.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Asia Kravitz, and then Alex Carson.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Asia Kravitz. I will not repeat my address. And I support the people's budget and the abortion resolution in Tallahassee. We need to turn that abortion resolution into an abortion ordinance. Local politicians need to support Florida citizens' right to an abortion. As a person with a uterus, I am disgusted at not only the Supreme Court's undemocratic decision on Roe v. Wade, but also at the state of Florida's decision on HB 5, the 15-week abortion ban, a law that has already been challenged as unconstitutional by state judges. Abortion is not only a crucial part of our health care for those with the ability to become pregnant, but it is also a vital tool that allows us to control our own personal futures. If I were to find out I was pregnant today, I would have to drop out of school, move in with my parents for the foreseeable future, as I have never made enough money to be independent from them. I would have to turn to government assistance for basic necessities like groceries, and I would be devastated that all my hard work and dedication to have a successful future was simply a waste of time. This is more than speculation, as this is exactly what happened to my sister. My sister, like many others, had no plans to have children at all at any point in her life. And like many other women, she didn't know she was pregnant. At her first doctor appointment, she found out she was already 6 months pregnant. These laws do not just affect those who fall pregnant, but those who love and support them. It has been a very difficult year for my family. My nephew is beautiful and healthy, but my family is in pain, and we are struggling emotionally and financially. We need to reallocate money to reproductive health care, stop TPD and LCSO from persecuting people for seeking abortion access and care, and provide more sexual health education. The people of Tallahassee need an abortion ordinance in place to protect our reproductive freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Alex Carson, then Whitfield Leland.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Alex Carson. I will not be stating my address. I had something prepared, but honestly, my phone's about to die. So, yeah, y'all need to do something with this abortion resolution and make it an actual ordinance, make it something with some power. We know that the federal government does not care about our reproductive rights, no matter which party is in power. And I'm looking at a lot of Democrats, but I'm not looking at a lot of spines. And, you know, people being fed up nationally with liberal democratic austerity starts at the local level. Yeah, nobody likes Joe Biden. He's a horrible president. But I mean, people being fed up with the Democratic Party's inaction starts at the local level where they see these politicians the most. And that's you people. So please take this abortion resolution, do something real with it. Please make it an ordinance. We got to defend reproductive rights in Tallahassee, yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Whitfield Leland. Not seeing Whitfield Leland. Angelina Lachey, who will be followed by Nita Davis.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Angelina Lachey, and my address is 3025 South Adams Street, also known as University Courtyard, which is a HUD apartment. Can you guys hear that? Well, it sounds like a thunderstorm from my perception, but it's not. That's my bathroom leaking from the roof of an approved HUD apartment. I've been in Tallahassee for a year. The first day that I moved into Tallahassee, me and my children slept in the car because the apartment that we were told was ready for us, University Courtyard, 3025 South Adams Street, which is a HUD, federally paid apartment, was not ready. I spoke to housing, I spoke to the apartments, they left me and my children parked in there. That was June 2021. Afterwards, when we finally got into the apartment, it was in horrible condition. This is a HUD-approved apartment. It was in horrible condition for myself and my children. We got locked out of the apartment about a week of being in there because the doorknob was put on backwards. We had to sleep in a hotel. This was like one holiday was going on in fam. So we had to drive out of town because there was no apartments. And I'm just sharing what I've experienced since I lived here, because I've heard people say we want to put Tallahassee on the map and we don't want people moving to other cities. I'm not asking for the commissioners to do anything if you don't have the power, but I am asking for direction for those who do have the power to do that. Then to do what? To give me the opportunity to sit with the Housing Board of Commissioners and articulate what I'm experiencing and articulate what my children have experienced and the depression that I am trying to still come out of as I am paying the rent, because I still pay a portion of my rent, and the rent is said that I'm paying more than what I'm supposed to be paying. I have ledgers showing that I'm paying not what I'm supposed to be paying. I've spoken to Housing Authority, I've emailed, and no one is giving me the results that I need. I've explained to them that I articulate myself better with words and over the phone or in person, and they still send me these extended emails that I'm having a hard time comprehending. So what I'm asking for is an opportunity to sit with the people who do have the power to help myself be educated, as the commissioners do have the opportunity to allow educational programs.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. In the back of the room, you see Dr. Kimball Thomas. You see Assistant City Manager Abena Ajitayo. They are the two individuals representing the City of Tallahassee that can help facilitate that conversation formally with Tallahassee Housing Authority and make sure that you are in front of the right people.
Okay.
That they are waiting for you right there in the back of the room.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker, please.
Nita Davis. Nita Davis, followed by Delatry Hollinger.
Okay. Your name and address for the record, please.
And 1111 East, well, Paul Russell Road, South Side. I want to show you this. That's Jackson Mound.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm
Could you
sorry.
speak to
That's
the
Jackson. That's a picture. That was a picture of Jackson Mound, and there's a crane. If you saw the crane behind it, the crane behind Jackson Mound, a property owner was selling the dirt originally here in Leon County. Jackson Mound is LE1, first one, archaeology, and LE2 is a Indian mound, Native American mound out by Costco, and that's LE2. And the original property owner has done due diligence in protecting it from people looking for artifacts, but it has since been sold to developers. I guess the county nor the city was interested in preserving it. So anyway, I'm here to speak on the English property, on the archaeology. Now, this here, let me just show you this real quick, okay? If that will come up. Okay. Now, if you see, let's see, this here is where the Veterans Clinic is, and it sits on top of an archaeology site. All of these are numbered and were potential archaeology. Okay, that was not, by the way, there was nothing was done. They just built it, you know, the Veterans Hospital without any archaeology research, even though it was slated. Now, this over here is the present English property. This, and if you can see, even on Blairstone Road, there are sites, and there's many, many archaeology sites here on the property. Now, the really interesting thing about this property is it sits on the scarf, which you know has 16 springs and numerous sunken lakes. Now, in prehistoric time, like so let's go back 10,000 years, this property has all the archaeology criteria. It meets all the criteria for prehistoric man.
You're at about
and
20
women.
seconds.
Okay, gosh darn. Okay, so, but it never hasn't been explored. And in Florida, prehistoric sites are extremely rare. And this meets all the archaeology criteria. So we do not have a city, nor have we budgeted a county archaeologist. And I don't, you know, I'm extremely sensitive to our needs here in the city, but we need this too, because you know something?
You're at 3 minutes.
We have to have, we can't just hire out. We have to have oversight.
Thank you.
What kind of city are we? We have to preserve this. These people came before us.
Ma'am, thank you very much.
And we're not doing due diligence.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Delatry Hollinger. At this time, he's the last speaker we have here in person. I have one connected via WebEx.
Okay. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Delatry Hollinger, Whale Street, Tallahassee. I'm here to speak in reference to the Florida Civil Rights Museum, Incorporated. I'm here also on behalf of our co-executive director, Ms. Jacqueline Perkins, who's unable to join us this evening. The concept of a statewide civil rights museum originated in 2013. and a formal proposal was presented to the CRA board in December of 2014. During their regularly scheduled meeting on yesterday, July 12th, the Leon County Board of County Commissioners voted to award the FCRM $60,000 in initial funding. Additionally, the FCRM will have gallery and exhibition space in the Leroy Collins Leon County Public Library. Tentatively, the FCRM has a preview opening scheduled for October 2022. The staff and members of the FCRM certainly hope to have a standing partnership with the City of Tallahassee, as we are privileged to have with the county. We are pleased to have, we were pleased to have a meeting with you, Mr. Mayor, in reference to the museum recently, and we are encouraged by the many meetings we have had with allies statewide as well as at the national level. Certainly this needs to be a collaborative effort with the city and the county, as we eventually will acquire a permanent site for operations right here in the capital city. We will continue our efforts to raise public and private funds for the FCRM. The FCRM will serve as Florida's only statewide focused civil rights museum. The FCRM is designed to produce a model community-based curriculum that will educate students and the general public on the lives and legacies of Florida's civil rights and education pioneers, regardless of race, creed, color, or national origin. The establishment of this unique gallery and exhibition hall will increase tourism and cultural enhancement throughout the state. Partnerships with libraries, senior centers, community centers, colleges, universities, and other educational institutions will serve to increase knowledge of the Floridians who have made significant contributions post-slavery throughout the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Stephen Martin.
Martin, are you with us?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you this time. And before I go, I'm hoping that Matt Lutz spoke with you, Mr. Cook. I sent you an email myself. The reason I wasn't hooked up before was I got the wrong link sent to me this morning by Matt Lutz. After yesterday, I was unable to register at 6 o'clock because there was some internal browser problem.
Hey, Mr. Martin,
I would like to be.
We apologize.
I would like to.
And
if
you had, it seems to be an error on our end. These things happen. I'll give you, an extra couple of minutes if you'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was going to ask for.
I'm sorry.
So I was going to speak on. Okay, so I was going to speak on one of the two prior items and then on this unagended item. And let me know at the halfway point if I've gone over on this first item, which was the Planning Commission appointment. Yeah, I've noted before in front of the Planning Commission that it lacks what I consider the appropriate diversity. I'm not talking about diversity in appearance, but rather diversity in thought about land use and environmental philosophy. I've known of no appointee who comes close to reflecting what my philosophy and values are, advocating of minimal or no growth and maximum environmental protection and preservation. I don't expect to have the entire commission or even majority feel that way, but I would like to think that on occasion one appointee might come from that perspective. As of yet, I haven't seen anyone close to that, and I've been following it for 15 years. There's only, and this was brought up tonight, only one applicant was considered by you, but I'm sure you remember, Mayor Daley, when you were on the county commission used to be presented all of the applicants like what was mentioned and used to have discussion about it. It wasn't a single applicant that was recommended by the staff that was then just pretty much put on for that one person. So that was brought up tonight. Also brought up tonight that the applicant, Mr. Anderson, is employed by Stearns, Weaver, and Miller. That's the same firm which was in front of you at your March 23rd meeting for the proposed development on the Miccosukee and Blairstone. And this reminds me a lot of Canopy, where the lead lobbyist for that, after it was passed by the city commission, you nominated him, in fact, as a county commissioner, Mayor Daley, and I've spoken to you about it. That was Tim Edmond, who had been a lobbyist for Canopy until it was sold after that to the developer, and then he's put on the planning commission. In this case, after this gets through you, a person from Stearns, Weaver, Miller, who were the lobbyists for, gets put on the planning commission. I do think that is a definite appearance of conflict of interest. So I agreed with what was brought up by Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow, and I do think you ought to give more applicants review and discuss it in front of the public. Thank you for that. Then for this unagended item, yeah, I was going to be talking about canopy before, and I've had a lot to say about that one over the years. That's about a 500-acre PUD, and it was advertised as a nature-based community. Well, I've spoken recently about the English Forest PUD, which is about 500 acres. It's now very much a nature-based community.
Mr.
What
Martin,
canopy?
you asked me
Yes.
to give you a heads up. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I've got you. Thank you so much. What Canopy's parcel had been like before, let's try to keep this parcel like it is now and not fall prey to what happened with the Canopy development. I recommend you get to know the land as it is now before it's too late. As both Miss Hill and Miss Davis brought up before, this land as it is now has much to be appreciated for. At your last meeting, you spoke about the comp plan, which I have spoken about as well at your joint meeting with the county last month. And I pointed out that it's been amended 1,000+ times over its 30 years. And my belief, it's become a tool for the developers and a false sense of security for others. At your last meeting, you spoke about the comp plan and you had disagreements over your capacity or responsibility to revise the process and the public awareness of the process. Well, the comp plan's objective, I believe, was to better manage growth and development. And it's been about 30 years. And over that time, Tallahassee's population has increased by 100,000, and it's expected to increase by at least that much over the next 25 to 30 years. I'm not sure how effective this comp plan has been at accomplishing its objective with that level of growth. I assume that there are at least a few others in this community like I am who advocate minimal or no growth. I know we're not a majority, but you consistently say growth is inevitable, we have no choice. Well, I'd like to think we can go out of our way to try and limit it at this point. So, comp plan, I think sorely needs revision. I agree wholeheartedly with the two commissioners at your last meeting that up, as well as at this meeting when it was, brought up earlier what we were going through with Canopy and the Planning Commission.
Mr. Martin, you're near the end of your time.
Okay, so I think 2 of the 5 of you have it right on the comp plan and the Planning Commission appointments. Thank you for giving me the extra time.
Yes, sir. Next speaker.
No further speakers.
Okay, we're on the sharing of ideas. Commissioner Williams-Cox, we will start with you.
Well, thank you. Since I already started without you all, it's only fitting that I go ahead and finish what I started. As many of you probably remember or may know, Congresswoman Carrie Pittman Meek is from Tallahassee, right over near Florida A&M, her grandparents. And we were over there recently unveiling a marker to that effect. Mm-hmm. The family has asked us to look at renaming that section of South Bruno. It is, they wanted to be renamed Carrie Pittman Meek Street. And it runs from Palmer to FAMU Way. And so there's been conversation with the county about it because we have to, work with the county, and the county agrees that it is something that needs to be done so that it won't be confusing, because right now the Brunos are broken up, kind of, sort of. And so renaming would be a good way to make sure that there's no further confusion about South Bruno Street. And so I wanted to bring it to my colleagues to see if we could support the renaming of the street, and if so, we could get staff to work with the appropriate county staff to follow the process that is in place to rename streets. So I'm asking for your support to do that, and if I need to make a motion, I will do that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead and make a motion. That'd be great.
Okay, I move that we review and consider take the necessary steps to work with the county and other appropriate staff to rename what is currently South Bruno Street, which runs between Palmer and FAMU Way, to name it Carrie, C-A-R-R-I-E, Pittman, P-I-T-T-M-A-N, Meek, M-E-E-K Street.
I will second that. I'll second it also. Okay. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. You still have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I heard Mr. Hollinger's comments about the Florida statewide civil rights, that the museum that is being funded by the county. I applaud the efforts of he and Ms. Jackie Perkins, and I'm sure that going forward that we will find ourselves working in collaboration with what the county has done to help make this happen here in our city. And I agree that it would be an opportunity for us to bring tourists here. I know that this budget year is very tight, so financially it might not be an opportunity in this budget year. But going forward, I'm anticipating we will find a way to work together to bring, to look at bringing this to fruition here in the city of Tallahassee. And finally, let me just say, this has been a great year thus far. I know we're all looking to taking a little break and have a little downtime. I encourage you all to do that, take a break, have some downtime, and be safe. And let's get back together in September, and let's continue to move our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have two quick things. One, I wanted to share about a meeting I had today with the Oxford Houses of Florida, who provide housing for people who are sober and supporting each other staying sober. And the week before that, I had a meeting with a woman whose daughter overdosed and who's been lobbying about, getting Narcan in as many places as possible and making sure that it's accessible. I know we're a ways away, but since it's our last meeting until then, September is National Recovery Month. And so I was discussing with them the possibility of, they're really trying to connect with other nonprofits that exist who provide services about having some kind of resource fair. I'm not asking the city for anything. I just wanted to put this information out there, something that came to mind in particular because of just recently what we learned about, the deaths in Gadsden County and the surrounding areas, and what, if any, role the city can have in making sure that people have the information they need, have the access to Narcan, because that's an issue that is increasing in our area. So I just wanted to put that on the table. And then the last thing on a happier note, or I don't know if it's a happier note, I just wanted to give a shout out to Maddie Kopka. She's been a loyal City Hall, City Commission meeting attendee. I don't know why, but this is her last meeting before she moves to Trinity, Washington in DC on a soccer scholarship. She was the Big Bend Girls Soccer Player of the Year, so I just wanted to give a shout out to you, Maddie. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one comment, really. I just want to say I appreciate the work of the treasurer clerk. You've always served with integrity. I resent anybody implying that you stole anything or a thief. I don't find that to be appropriate. I do think we've seen something new. I'm all about letting the public participate, whether they have their time to speak, they want to use props, whatever, I'm okay with. But when we start getting things of value, I'm not clear what the process is now. There's a T-shirt in front of me with my name on it. I'm going to leave it here. I don't know what's going to happen to it after. So I would wonder, in the future, and maybe Madam Attorney can weigh in the future, just what is our responsibility? I'm happy to look at anything the public wants to provide to me, but after I look at it, personally, I'm done with it, and I want to know what we should be doing going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Good. Don't have anything, Mr. Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am good as well. It has been a very productive meeting. Enjoy your recess. We are adjourned.